our first lady.
Which one did you share? Is it
the one from the morning session? The morning session and the Protestant and the money won victory.
And yes, and the evening?
Yeah, in the
but
evening.
The evening was in 2 parts.
Yeah, the second part I didn't really share it more.
Okay.
Really paying attention. Because I came to say that we are rich and not wealthy. Because I see in my country that most of the companies that are there are not Namibian made. They are all from maybe South Africa, which are from the UK or from Britain or from the US. So if our people could understand that we could make it, as much as we don't have, our country is dry, but we have so many resources. If we could start refining these resources in the country and keep them, maybe we could make our people better. Maybe we could bring up people that could say, yes, if I bring my service, if the next person brings his service, we can all make Namibia great once again. But it's going to be a long, way long, because people really have to understand first what they have and what we have in Namibia. I consider I was one of the part of the 2.4 million who thought we have to depend on somebody else. But I attended the first one in January, and it gave me an insight of something else. And I started my own organization, and thank God I'm trying to make something.
Here or back at home?
I started back home, but I'm also integrating it into Ukraine. I'm more into child development. I work from the age of 8 to the age of 20. So, because I think my generation is already doomed. If we could bring up the young ones in becoming something else and change their mindset of thinking, maybe in the next generation could achieve something better than we have achieved.
Wow. So let me ask you another question. How come you are able to dwell on the topic and answer my question when these are my best representatives of my country? They are not even moving close.
Yesterday, I didn't say anything yesterday because I was speechless. I was quiet the whole time because my thoughts were going in and out of how much we are in a closet and how much we're in a box. And I'm really thankful for the opportunity.
So you are looking forward. For you are. I think you are. What you are trying to say is that the message ministered to you because it was new, so you were eagerly anticipating it, I guess, and so you valued it. So the value you put on it was more than the normal, maybe people will, or maybe normal message, because it's like you had looked forward. You are looking forward for such an answer, or for a similar solution. So when you now saw it coming, you knew this is what you are looking for. So I think sometimes our disposition could determine how much retention we have. And thank you. That was very encouraging. Let's try you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stanley. I think from yesterday, what I got and how I can apply to a country like Nigeria is, first of all, I would like to start from how Pastor Sunday told us what it means to be truly wealthy and to be truly
You have
rich.
to speak louder because then
To be truly wealthy and to be truly rich. He said that for one to be truly wealthy, that person must have the understanding of where wealth comes from, and not just only the understanding, but the ability to convert wealth into money, into riches. So I think most things that we see in Nigeria are people pursuing money, and we know that money flies. Do you understand? So people don't pursue wealth. They pursue not. They don't seek for the source. They seek for a resource. And the problem with that is that if you seek from the source does not dry up. Because, for instance, if your source of money is your passion for something, as long as the passion is there, it's a God-given gift. So when your passion is the things that creates money for you, the passion is within. It cannot be touched.
The passion, therefore, is the true wealth.
Yeah.
But Nigeria, a lot of Nigerians already have passion. A lot of Nigerians already have all those 30 wealth sources or sources that we mentioned yesterday. That abounds everywhere. And the paradox of it is that our people are still saying there is no money. That's what I was calling my Nigerian people to talk about. But you are not connecting very well, and that's a challenge. You must always be able to relate what you hear to solutions on ground. Please go ahead.
So what I think should be the solution of this problem is, first of all, to create an awareness, because before yesterday I didn't know this. So now that I know it, I know true wealth or true riches come from understanding where the source comes from and the ability to convert this source into actual riches. So my solution to this problem is, first of all, to create an awareness to our Nigerian brothers that true riches is not going to seek the resource, because eventually the resource dries up. There are many people that probably are collecting salary of a million, yes, of a million naira, and probably when their boss dies, or maybe when the company
they fire them now.
Yeah, or they fire them, or even when they retire, they just end up being poor at the end of the day. So now, but there are people that cannot be poor all their life. Why? Because they don't depend on the resource. They have a source within that they use that source to convert and make money all the days of their life. So my message to my Nigerian brothers probably that are watching this is, you have something inside of you that is capable to give you a long-lasting wealth. So you have to find that, understand where the source comes from, and convert that wealth to actual riches, and you never be poor in your life.
Yes, okay.
Good morning, everybody. Pastor Obi from Harco. To add to the talk about the Nigerian situation, unfortunately, an average Nigerian doesn't talk or doesn't think about getting to the source of the wealth, including the government. That is why oil today.
Including the government.
Yes, I have to say it. Sorry. Oil today, from the top, and it goes down. Even the oil that's supposed to be wealth has been turned into riches in Nigeria now. That is why the government doesn't invest in the human capital that Nigeria has. So, and the people are also guilty of that. The people rather go to churches to pray, have all night for about 2 weeks, fast for like 2 months, don't go to work, don't produce, don't think, don't use their own resources that they have, their own wealth. They rather go to pray so that God will give them quick wealth, Again, not connecting to the source. People will pray that all of a sudden an uncle will call you that you've gotten his will or something like that. Just like Pastor said yesterday, you pay attention to people who won lotteries. It's the same thing. People want to make it quick. They go to the computer to cheat people and all of that. People don't go to the sources. Now, talking about human capacity, human capital in Nigeria, for example, again, talking about the government. The government doesn't see that the people have the wealth. People who are from Nigeria, many of you are from Nigeria here. Look at a town called Aba. Have you heard about Aba?
There's a girl from there.
I'm from just 20 kilometers from Aba. So, the people have the passion, they have the skills, they have the intelligence, they have the willpower, they have everything. They produce, but nobody pays attention to them. So, a country like Japan is rich today. Why? Because the people are there. They are producing. They are investing in the people. They don't even have wealth. They don't have natural resources. But they've invested in the people. So it is lacking in our country. The government is guilty of this. The people are equally guilty of this. So it needs a new generation.
Amen.
Like Sister Memory said, our generation is not doomed yet. As long as you can make an impact, you might not be the one doing it, or you might train the next people. You might start that movement. So that's what it's all about. So that's why I'm happy all of you are here today. And as you leave here, let me quickly say that, don't go back and still become the biomass. Don't become matter. Don't still remain being a matter. You know, you occupy space and you breathe and you have weight. No, go out there and be an engine already. Whether it's in your church, in your hostel, among your friends, everywhere you are, let people see that change. You are not here by mistake. And don't leave here not being changed. Okay? I've been through this process many times. That's why I look at you, I'm smiling. Like Pastor Joshua said yesterday, this is ice cream HMT. It's ice cream HMT, but I still believe that people will get something from this. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, true?
Yes, sir.
Morning.
Morning, everyone. I just wanted to just add on to what Sister Memory had said about the government. I was reading Pastor's book, and he quoted John F. Kennedy, and he said, Americans, it is not what your country can do for you, it is what you can do for your country. So most of the people, they say, the government has done this, that the government is not supporting us.
You've always got to relate what you are saying to yesterday's message.
Oh, you want yesterday's one? Okay.
Not as well. That's exactly the only question I've asked so far. I'm talking of last night's message.
Last night's message. Okay, just a second.
Good morning, Pastor. Good morning, guys. My name is Emilia. Though Memory had said some of the things about my nation, Namibia, we are really put our minds are really transformed into a set of slavery and dependency, and the government, I think the government itself is just comfortable with it and happy with it. Let me tell you, for example, you here, you have not seen like a Namibian in most of the things that you organize. How many Namibians have you seen in your groups? Apart mostly from him. I myself, I don't attend because I'm not interested. Because I know as I finish, my job is secured. But as of yesterday's topic, there are so many things like Namibian can do. If you go to Namibia now, there are a lot of people with degrees, but they are in the street striking. Striking? Striking, protesting.
Striking.
Yes.
Protesting for the government to give them jobs. These are people that have studied things like engineering. Engineering, if our university...
How come your own job is secured if their own is not?
Yeah, it's because of I think it's because, like medicine is like needed everywhere, but because of what we lack.
What they studied, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Things like engineering, job availability is very few.
Okay.
So if like the education system of Namibia can be changed and topics like this can be introduced into it for people to develop, to have an understanding on what to study and not just depend on the government financial provision liability, something can be done to Namibia.
Brilliant. That's a very good idea you just brought out. That this kind of teachings of discovering wealth, rather than chasing all about riches and money, it should be introduced into the school systems, into the curricula, so that everybody in the school will know already that they never need to look for money because they're already rich, they're already having wealth. They should rather focus on converting the wealth into riches, rather than looking for jobs or looking for riches. So this particular series of teaching ties right into the teaching on why you should never look for a job, or why it's a blessing for you to lose your job. I don't know if some of you listen to that, but there is a series like that on my Facebook and on my YouTube. So this is like a continuation of that you don't really need to depend on jobs, look for a job, or look for money everywhere. that if you could open the eyes of the people early enough, that's a good idea about the school system.
Another thing, I think, adding to just lack of understanding, I was just like thinking about it and meditating. You can be a nurse, finish school, and not get a job, and as long as you have an understanding of what you studied, nursing, you already know what you do. You can come out. But the thing that as you enter university, you are already thinking about money. You are not thinking about what are my purpose? What am I called to do in this field of study?
You see, that's another very important aspect you just mentioned there right now, that we should teach our people and shift their focus. Because right now, the focus of young people and everybody in the society is that you need money to survive. Instead of money, we should shift the focus from money to purpose. If you could make people to know that purpose is the thing they are created for and it's the thing that will bring money out for them, it will really, help resolve a lot of the challenges we're having. Beautiful stuff, beautiful.
You see a person studying catering, home economics and hotel management. The person knows how to cook, but is just at home applying one application after another to find a job, while the person doesn't even manage to buy soap. Cooking, you can cook anywhere. I can go in my own kitchen and cook and go in the street at my door, at my gate and sell, and people that are passing up by can get. But Namibians, we just want the government must do something. It's actually the statement that goes on. The government must do something.
Nigeria too, everybody is thinking government must do something.
I know somebody maybe thought I was joking when I said somebody's kettle.
Not because the difference is that in Nigeria, people are not saying government must do something so that I can eat. But when they see the roads, when they see the hospitals and stuff like that, they say government must do something. But when it comes to they personally, everybody has given up on government being the one to provide the immediate needs for you. So everybody goes, this thing you're describing, everybody goes out. A graduate is trying to learn how to sew also. That's what's in Nigeria, that's how it is now.
It's really, really, really sad. Namibia has an open space, a lot of space, and just hearing that, like Dubai, it's okay. The land is like Dubai, but where is Dubai? How does Dubai look? But we give ourselves an excuse that because of the desert condition, we can produce something out of it. But Dubai did it, and their percentage is not even Christian. They have no access to the knowledge and the things of God, principles, the principles of life. We have it. Namibia has a high percentage of Christianity, though it's not like Nigeria. But sorry for that statement. Yeah, like Christianity. I'm talking about Christianity now. But because of that slavery mentality that we are put in and we are comfortable, and the government is also comfortable with it. People don't know Namibia anyway.
Thank you so much. By the way, I think you have a new pair of specs. Personal question. Personal discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. I would say the same thing, but also in a different tone. Okay. Not that I'm defending the government, but one thing that I've
So
noticed...
it's criminal to defend the government, right?
No, I'm just... it is not criminal. It is not criminal, but then, okay, nonetheless. Most of our leaders are basically Soviet trained.
That's in Namibia.
In Namibia, and the thing with the Namibian government is that, she said that Namibians, or they seem to ask for the government to provide for personal needs, which is basically what the government actually does. from the many African countries that we have, and all the in Ukraine, I've seen that most of the Namibians, almost 80%, are either on loan or scholarship from the government. And basically, not just in Ukraine, but in places like Russia, China, and other places in the world. So the Namibian government has actually invested in the education of the people. The irony is that when these people go back, is that instead of trying to see the wealth that they have accumulated in knowledge and start creating industry, they try and squeeze themselves into the bottleneck industries that are actually there. They compete for the small spaces of the industry that they left, instead of going to create new industries with the new wealth that they have acquired from abroad, and to apply them, they go back and try and get the little that is there and fight the old people out of those places, and even fight the new younger ones that are coming up. So, and the other thing is that natural resources, we have natural resources, but the issue is that we have limited ourselves to the ways of old, in that we still depend on the rain. We don't, for example, I come from a people who of cattle herders, and what my people do is that they go to the capital, acquire as much money as possible, buy as many cattle as possible, and then leave the city, go back into farming. Now the issue is that my people see, if you, I can look at a truck carrying cows and actually estimate how much money that truck is carrying just by calculating or counting how many cattle there are. You can see a truck and you say that's $100,000 Namibian dollars, and it will be, yeah. So someone will see meat. I will see about $1,000 in a cow. So that is the mentality we have. But the issue is that instead of seeing these cows and converting them into the wealth, you find old men. He can't feed his family, but he has 250 cattle. His son is still at the village with him. Instead of sending his son to education, to get an education, he would rather say, son, sit down here, this is our wealth. Instead of selling these cows to actually improve the lives to make productivity better, he doesn't sell the cows. Instead, he will leave the cows at the village, go to the city, go and walk, find a job, and then earn money to come and take care of these cows. If this money is finished, he'll go back and walk and come and take care of these cows. So the cows will be multiplying. He will start with 100, and then you'll have 500, but he doesn't sell one, and he won't eat it. Because now the thing is, so the cows actually like it's an object of worship. Like we said, money. One of our points is that people have enthroned money. So our people have enthroned the cow because they see the cow as the money.
Status.
So, and it's also status. Yeah. So now instead of using this, like there's a difference between. My father would tell me that he has seen the difference between how white farmers do. A white farmer can have 50 cows on his farm, 50 cows on his farm, and then he will know that of these 50 cows, next year I will have about 25 cows. I will sell these cows and then get more cows, or use his money to improve these ones. Sell out or breed out the old ones, bring in the new, and so on. And then this, you have money coming in, money going out. Whereas my people would rather take these 50 cows, put them at the village, go to the city, go and earn $1,000 to come and add one more cow to these 50. Instead of taking 2 cows to improve on these ones, they would rather keep this one because this is the status of wealth that they have. And so they have enthroned. So now we need, as Namibians, we need to see the other sources or the other forms of wealth we have. We have land, we have not just land, and there's another issue. There's a movement in which we have young educated people who are stuck in the capital, who don't want to move, and they go and rally in front of the government offices and say, we want land. It's not what you fought for. The land belongs to us and our children. So instead of devising ways of learning about real estate, how the system works, how you can actually start from a small piece of land, develop it, sell it, buy a bigger one, develop it, sell it, and so on, or get multiple small ones, and then develop those ones, and then work your way up to the capital. Now, people want to leave the standard. I mean, you want to have that car, you want to have that house. At the end of the day, you will have worked for 60 years, and soon the wealth status that you had becomes a burden, and you can't even feed your family when you're 50. You can't even pay for your health bills when you're 50. So the conversion of wealth is, or the different versions of wealth that are evident and abundant everywhere are not seen because money has become money is seen as the only version of wealth there is. So instead of developing systems, our people, number one, are dependent on the government, and number two, well, the government has tried. It has actually sent people abroad. Many people are on scholarships abroad. But the problem is that what we also need is not just education from abroad, but education at home, that in as much as you may go abroad, in as much as you may study and get that paper, there are also other things. And you can also create jobs. We have unemployment rate is 50%, approximately 50%. So you can say that of everyone working, there is one person that is not working in the country. Of everyone that is, and the issue is that the jobs are there. No, the jobs are not there actually. But people are actually fighting for those jobs instead of creating new industries. We are still, Namibia is a young country. We are about 26 years old, I mean, with independence. And now, we still have the old South African industries that were there. New ones are developing, but slower because people don't really see the value of developing new industries. They want to enter the old ones so that they can stay there. And also they want to keep the younger ones from coming in there because, I mean, this is my only source of getting rich. And since I have worked so hard, I went abroad. It wasn't easy adapting in Ukraine. I studied, or I went to Russia, and the cold was unbearable. But now I'm back. And now I don't want to develop myself. I want to stay in this place, keep my job, and also, if I get a government position, educate my children and make sure they get.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stephen. I'm a Nigerian. I see the problem in Nigeria is because there have been a paradigm shift in the belief of people in the society. I too grew up thinking that I see people. I grew up and I see rich people in society, and I grew up with the concept that.
Too late now.
I grew up.
It's not fair. They kept on standing and you kept on sitting.
I was waiting for the line.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Because you are sitting there and they were standing all that time. And you said, no, I was waiting for. Yeah, but you were not waiting. You were sitting. They were waiting.
Like I said, like the society, people in this, we believe, like people in society believe that you can only be rich. You can only get, you're wealthy when you're rich. And people, the youths, everyone grow up with this mentality. They see people that are rich. They grow up, they chase after this riches. And this is because you will see like a person that he finished, maybe he's an engineer. He finished like with first class, even first class from the university.
Are you connecting that to the message?
Yes, sir. He finished with first class from the university. He doesn't see his education as a source of wealth. Instead, he see riches. He may see that okay, the only way to get fast rich now is music industry or an industry that is developing. He leaves his first class in engineering or in so many like in engineering. He leaves his first class and he chases after riches. and he goes to the music industry, and he ends up not even being very good in it, because he leaves his source of wealth and he chases after riches. And what causes that even our government is not encouraging. They are not encouraging creativity. They are not encouraging things that you need to get wealth. Instead, they are encouraging riches. You see people that are actually invited to the government's house, or people that are actually celebrated in our community, are people that are rich. You don't see them giving awards to people that are creative. There are so many creative people in our country, so many things people that have done so many things, they are never celebrated. You see, even the people like Akikumi, the one that did our flag, Nigerian flag. When they say the story of that man, how the man who had been forgotten, he's not celebrated. That people don't celebrate people with wealth in them, people with riches, people with wealth in them that are creative, that have skills, they have education. They don't celebrate them. Instead, they celebrate rich people. That's why people in the society, even youth that are growing up now, that's why everybody wants to do Yahoo, want to do just to get rich, because they don't see the wealth in them. They don't see education now as the wealth. They leave school and they go into businesses. They don't see education as a wealth. They don't see their skills as a wealth. Instead, they just want to follow the platform and just go into school, finish school, get a job, and start working. And if they finish working, that's why you see many old people in our country now. That's why after their pension, they just live off their pension. And when they live off their pension, they don't have anything. They don't have nothing again, because they follow that trend. And even the youths in our Nigeria, they are also following that trend. You just finish school, you just get a job, and that's all. So I think if our government can invest more on wealth of the nation, which is human resources, skills, and stop celebrating riches, I think people that are growing up will get that knowledge and start chasing after their wealth instead of their riches.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to give an example that is close to my mom. That's close to home, so I'm just going to use my mom. My mom used to be a director for land and redistribution back home, and
Back home, that's one country.
Zimbabwe. Yes.
Well, everybody would think it's Namibia. Because if it's not Nigeria, it's only Namibia, people are saying. So you are Zimbabwe.
Yes, I'm a Zimbabwe. So she had decided that she didn't want to work anymore, that she wanted to stop and do something else. So basically, while she was at home, she was now thinking, okay, the only thing that I have at this moment is the skills and the resources that I attained from the government and the connections of the people that I had in government. And that is what she used to build her own company, the relationships that she had in land and the people she had communicated with. And someone also came up and they spoke about how we're supposed to educate the younger generation and inform them that you don't have to wait for a salary. You can be your own salary when you actually invest in yourself and you discover. But that is very true. But you would never know unless someone comes and tells you that this is the way it is, this is the way you do it. The only reason now while they're waiting for a salary is because society has told them, you have to be a doctor, you get money. You have to be a lawyer, you will get money. But if actually someone comes to them and who has actually done something from nothing, they'll believe you. But I mean, if you have nothing and you say, okay, if you do this, this will work, they'll tell you it's a lie. I know people who are doctors and lawyers, those are the ones who have money. So what we actually need people who have done it, tried it, and tested it, and proved it. Yeah.
You ready? Second chance, you ready?
Okay, second chance. As they were talking, I think if we want to make all these postulates be effective in Nigeria, like Memory rightly said, we should start from the younger generation, meaning in our society and family and church and even media. We should not attach our riches to certain professions. So if a child is growing up, the child should be schooled in the line of his talent or skill. And when that child grows up, so combining talent and gift plus well-trained plus education, then that child grows up to be a pro in that field. So we don't just go to university because that's the course I'm being offered. That's what university gave me. That's what I can afford. That's where I got my long leg. But it will become, that's my passion. So the focus is not to be able to be rich when I leave university, but it's to acquire knowledge to actually bring forth the wealth I'm born with. And then everyone becomes truly original and successful, because the wealth now comes within them and we all bring it into the society, into the country. So it's not like a skilled footballer is found in the field of medicine, or a skilled architect or a talented architect or artist is found practicing nursing. Then that would be a conflict. But everyone is actually operating in their own field of talent or gifting. And just what the university do is to make it blossom and bring it out in the full form that we can actually compete in with any country in the world.
Brilliant. Now you are talking. Brilliant. Amazing.
Okay, I'll say money is not wealth. Yes, and Pastor said something about we elevating money above what it should be, so much that it's become like a god. Now, to just make it clear that money is not wealth, I know people who will, come to you and say, please, what can I invest in? What can I do with money? Maybe suddenly they did a job and they got certain sums of millions, and here they are, they have money, they don't know what to do with money. They don't have an idea of what to do to multiply money, So, and there are people who don't have much, who such people will come to, because they see that they understand, or rather maybe they have this, like they are connected to the source. They know how to make money out of nothing. So such people, they come, to such people to say, please, how can I use this money, no matter how much it is? Then you're wondering, you have 50 million naira and you don't have an idea, not an idea of what to do with that money. And if left with that money, the only thing that can happen to them is that it will be dwindling. They keep spending because they have no idea of what to do with money. So yes, money is not wealth. The source, being connected to the source. Okay, I learned something and someone repeated it here, and which is the fact that the source, now, normally when you talk of source, you're thinking God. That is, when you say your source, when you're connected to your source, you just feel like when I'm connected to God, that's the source of wealth. But there's something someone phrased here that made it clearer. When the source is your passion, the source is something that is given to you by God inside of you, not something that is still with Him, but something that is within you already. So it means like if you begin to produce out of what you have inside of you, that's the source, and it can't dry. Because for as long as the gifts of God are without repentance, for as long as He's given it to you, and you're coming out of there, then it won't dry up. Yes.
So, how are you relating yesterday's teaching to Nigeria as in the country? How can that help Nigeria?
Yeah, basically it will be that Nigerians will have to, already the system is messed up. But if we want to go back to the roots and start, it will be to educate them differently. Because all Nigerians are trained to just go for school, get an education, get a certificate, which is the most important. Get the certificate and then get a job. But it's an illusion, because there are no jobs. So everyone is raised for 25 years for something that does not exist. So it's like, and everybody knows it. And you see men who don't have money, poor people, they struggle, they do everything just to send children to school and to graduate for something that has no future. So it's for us to start right from the beginning so that we get this understanding, into children. That look, from now on, begin to look into yourself and see what it is that what you're learning can help you to be, rather than what you can get a certificate for. That the moment you can, tap into, what is in life, how you can provide services, which is how we are trying to teach our children. The moment you can see a need and you can solve that need, that's what the world pays for. The moment you are a solution to something, somewhere, someone is ready to pay for it.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, let me go back to my Facebook people. Thank you. Well, I would not say I'm very satisfied with your performances, but you are here to learn, so you will grow. The young shall grow. I will encourage you to go listen to all these teachings again and again, all over again, because you might think that you got it, but I see that you are very, very far. Even the best answers are still a little bit far from my expectation, at least. But let me talk to the people on Facebook. If you're on Facebook, please be free to go share the link to this message. So look into your video, and under the video you'll see a share button. Let's go quickly and share the message, because I want to start the teaching now. And so once we start the teaching, you will not have too much time to go and share the link. So let's go share the link right now. Go share the message. Go share the link. Or you have the share button under your video. Let's go press that share button, and so that we could start the teaching. Okay. The teaching of today is going to be practical to a large extent. It's called How to Discover Your Latent Wealth. That is the teaching of today. All of us has some degree of wealth that are latent in us, that are lying low in us. So I want to teach on how to help you discover them. For every one of you that are here, I will need someone to do what we did yesterday, to go and write. We are going to be writing on the screen, on the board, some of the points I will be making. Who can do that today? Don't just raise your hand. You have to come forward and do it. Any help needed? Any man there that could help? So what I discovered that you men, you don't see it as a duty to always help the ladies until you are told. So you have to be pushed to be men to function. That is interesting. So you will need to go and listen to my training, teachings on okay. So how to discover or unveil your latent energy. Number 1 point. This is going to be practical. So I'm telling you, I came here today to tell you that all of you are already wealthy. But more than that, that's what I spoke about yesterday. Today, however, I want to convince you, or I want to help you, not just to discover it through guesswork, but I want to help you with concrete questions that you need to ask yourself that will help you to bring out the wealth that is already in you. So, somebody's got to help Frank with the notes, because I think someone has got to give him all the notes. Because, yeah, okay. because you know I have to give you the camera again. So for you to discover your latent energy and latent wealth, for you to discover your latent wealth, you need to constantly ask yourself questions. And one of the questions that will help you to discover that wealth that is already in you is this. Simple questions, very simple. The first one is, what are the things that I notice and pay attention to that others don't seem to pay attention to or they don't notice? What are the things that I tend to notice and it's like I'm the only one seeing it? And it's like other people are not seeing it. That is your potential wealth right there. That's your latent wealth. Now, before I go ahead, I want somebody to come out and tell me an example or two about that. Please, Mrs. Anastasia McDonald.
I'll use myself.
Yes, please.
A typical example for me is that I can be like this environment, and I've noticed that I have an ability to read the emotional climate in the room, or I can be talking to somebody, and all I'm picking up are the vibes. I don't do it. I don't consciously do it. I just do it automatically. So I could be talking to someone, and I'll just be reading the body language, and so the vibes will be coming to me. And because of that, I have discovered that people come and tell me stuff that they've never told anybody. In fact, it's a repetitive thing that comes to me. You know what? I've never told this to anybody. You're the first person I'm thinking.
Wait.
Sorry,
Before you go ahead, I'm going to stop you because I am thinking that even though you have identified that particular potential and wealth in you, but I'm afraid that you are not converting it right.
I believe so.
And I'm afraid that might not be putting money in your pocket. But so let me try to share with you an idea of how I think it could put money in your pocket. And for everybody also. This is how you don't just discover, you need to discover and convert. So she has discovered some potential. Just by asking the right question. She has discovered a wealth. Can you imagine that wealth? I know about that wealth because many people always come to me and say, Pastor, what do you think about me? What do you see in me? Where am I good? Or what are the qualities? What do you see in me that I don't believe in myself? I don't. So if I were you, I would go back to England, go on Google and ask, what are the most frequently asked questions people ask about themselves? Okay, or questions about low self-esteem, questions about self-discovery, questions about what do people think about me? Just those questions, write them. And then you will see a lot of things, a whole list of questions people ask about themselves. Pick each one of them, even the ones you already know. Like, you say you see things about people. So just write that. If you want to know more about yourself, I am an expert in giving this service. Call this number. They will call you and say, how much does it cost? £200 per hour. So you only need to have 10, but you have to do it with passion, like I told Pastor Ukiri. You look like the Queen of Sheba. Queen of Sheba today. I'm taking a good look. The old one is taking a good look. So, but you need to do it with passion. You need to put everything in it. So you don't just go and write, Google and get all the and then put it on your own Facebook, something, and all. You have to throw it everywhere out there. You have to do the publicity. You have to put information everywhere. Your target is that everybody in Milton Keynes or in London, in England must hear about you. That there is somebody, there is a telephone number you can call and hear everything about you. That is how you put money back in your pocket. You don't need to be going to look for a job or to be going to do those kind of job you did to come here. No, you just need to use what in the world that's already in you. So, and the only thing you need to work on, if you don't know how to convert the particular world that is in you, write your own, another way to convert. Write your potential or your resource, whatever you can do, put it in Google and say, what can somebody do, or someone who has this skill, or somebody who has this ability, what can he do to, what do they do for a living, or what do they do to market themselves, or to sell themselves? Go to YouTube, go to Google, and just ask questions like that. You will see many options of all that ways you could do. But, why publicity is the most important thing you need to do, and marketing, is that you have that potential, you have that quality, right? But everybody is looking at you. They are here looking at you. They know you. But they don't know that you've got what they need. They know you as anesthesia, but they don't know your product. So it is a crime for anybody to know you without knowing your product. A crime against your own self. A misjustice and an abuse of God's potential, resource, and wealth that He has given to you. So anybody who knows you must know what you offer. It's just like anybody who knows me now. There's nobody who knows me without knowing what I can offer. But what if anybody knows you and don't know your product, it means that you have been selling to people your look. But nobody is interested in that, because they are looking at all other people also. Or you have been selling to people. Most of the time we all sell to people not what product we have or service we render, but we only sell to people our names. My name is Anastasia McDonald. Okay. So when I see that counter, when I see that person, then I know that it's Anastasia McDonald. That's the only thing you sell to people. And everybody buys it. That you are just Anastasia. When I see this picture, this particular image, Anastasia McDonald, that's just the only thing they know about you. But that's not your content. That is what they call you, but that's not your content. So your content is your products, what you can offer. Because I need to know if you have something that I've been looking for. And while I'm looking for it in Australia, and looking for it in England, and looking for it in Germany, I didn't know it's right in Anastasia. And I'm desperate. I don't even know who to ask. A lot of people in their homes right now are desperately looking for some answers, but they don't even know who to ask. But those answers are in people all around them that they call Anastasia, Sarah, Anna. But because they only know Sarah, Anna, John, Charles, but they don't know their products, everybody is suffering in silence. So, go ahead and describe in details this thing you are just trying to describe now. What you see yourself seeing that other people don't see. Put them in, write them down in a more quotable way, in short descriptions, short phrases that could be pasted. So you could say, I see in people what others don't see. Oh, that's the person I need. I can tell you what you might not know. Or I can confirm what you are thinking. Or I see your potentials. I see what you can do. You know, just phrases like that, short phrases. And then throw them everywhere with your telephone. Let them call you for consultation. So that way, you know, people know that I know where the product or the answer that I'm looking for is. I know where the answer that I'm looking for. I know who can help me. And that is how you convert your wealth into money. But the good thing with that is that you have discovered not riches, but you have discovered not money, or also you have discovered not money, but you have discovered wealth. And because you know that wealth is what is in you, the only thing is that you keep on studying in how to bring it out, how to express it better, how to market it better, but you know that you are attached to the source. And the source of that wealth is in you. You carry it around. The only thing now you need to do is to build a bridge between you and the people who need you, but they don't know. They already know you, but they don't know that you have what they need. But that is one category of people only. The people who already know you, but they don't know your product. You know, each one of us, we have more than one product. The way she's standing here, she could be having 10, 100. She needs to market aggressively all of them. So, but also, who do you market to? The first category of people that you have to market to are the people, like I just said, who know you already, but they only know your name as Anastasia McDonald. But they don't know what you carry, what are your products. So that is your first constituent. Those are the people that know you, your name, but they don't know what you market. But that is not your biggest constituent. That is the first, easiest, but it's not your biggest. Your biggest constituent are the people that don't even know Anastasia McDonald exists. But they are all in need of what Anastasia McDonald has. So to them, it is not Anastasia McDonald, it's not your name that you want to push to them or sell to them. You want to downplay your name and begin to push your product rather. Because there are just people out there who don't care what your name is, but they care what their needs are. And because they have needs, they just want to hear, does anybody understand this need? Does everybody ever deal with this? Pastor, please open that door also, because it's stuffy here. No, not that one. So you have there are three categories of relationships today. The first category of relationship are the people that who already know you, what you have, and your potentials. Then there are those people who know you only as your name, but they don't know your products and your resources. Then there are those who don't even know you exist, but they are in need of what you carry. So those are the three categories. But I really want to hear more about what you see. The first question I said you must answer yourself. How did I put it? What are the things that I notice that other people don't see? What are the things that I am seeing that other people don't see? Describe that more for us. Whatever you started talking about.
So I could be like in this room. I could just be sitting down and okay. So number one, I'm a keen observer. I have an ability to. Okay, my quiet personality empowers me to.
Sorry, I'm going to also comment on that just to help you always convert. I'm always about conversion. Okay. If you say you are a keen observer, you could also do what? Write a letter about that. First of all, go and do research about observation. And who are the people who need observance? Or observation, the gift of observation, and industries, companies, and businesses. There are businesses that are paying so-called experts to just come and stay in their company or in their office the whole day or the whole week and observe. Yes. So that you will be able to point out and see with a fresh eye what they are not seeing and the things that you think they could improve. So you might need to go and study more about that so that you'll be able to sell yourself out even to companies as an observer, professional observer. That's what I do.
So, okay, I could be wrong. So, sorry, what's your name again?
Frank.
So when I look at Frank, what comes to me is that you really love your mom very, very much, and that your mom has instilled very good values in you, and that she's raised you to be a very respectful, honorable person. That's what I'm picking up from you, and I see you to be a gentleman. Also, I see you. What I'm picking up from you is your mother is very close to your heart. That you have a very close bond with your mom. I was sharing it with Nikki this morning.
Okay, everybody line up. I'm her secretary.
Also, I'm picking up that you are gentle, you are tender, you are kind, you are loving. You're not like the...
But I would interrupt you, you continue. But what I want to say is that since we are talking business, we are talking how to create wealth creation, right? And we are talking how to convert wealth to riches. So the only thing, this is not prophecy. This is not prophetic class. So you are doing the same thing, but you are using your gift. So the reason I'm underlining that it's not prophecy is that people could say prophecy, you don't make money for it. So this one is service. This one is provision of service. This one is converting your wealth that God has given to you into money. That's why it is prohibited for you, apart from for Frank, it is prohibited for you to do it free of charge.
Thank you. As I was saying, I see you as somebody who is tender, gentle, and kind, and that you look like somebody that I don't know, children, that you look like somebody that will bring a lot of love, warmth, care in an environment where it's chaotic. Chaotic, so you will bring stability in that environment, and you put smile on people's faces too.
So for students, for people in England, it's £200. But for students, at least £20. Let's have mercy on them. $20. So what I'm saying is that why I'm talking about money is not because we're after money. I'm just trying to teach you that you are already wealthy. That God sent everybody to this world wealthy. And that's why we're talking about all those qualities, 30 qualities yesterday, that can create your wealth. That you just need to learn to see those your latent wealth and how to recognize them and convert them to riches. So this is just one example. But if we keep on talking about her now, it will not be fair to you. Maybe there is another person who also knows that he sees something that other people don't see, or he notices something, and you want you because if you come out, then you get the opportunity for me to comment on you and help you perfect. But if you are too timid, then you will never get exposed. You will never get revealed.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. I've noticed that.
That's the last one for this particular one.
I know how to make anyone feel special.
Yeah.
And I can do it. If anybody comes out, I can make you feel special. And you will. You will. If you want to try, fine. If Pastor allows it.
Let's
Okay.
let's have Yeah.
Who wants to okay, she came out. You know, Zoe, what I admire about you is that you are confident. And how do I know she's confident? What will make somebody carry a natural air on a live broadcast? And I also know that she is confident because sometimes people that are not of very great height find it difficult to stand and talk amidst people that are of much more taller height. And I know that you are confident because even when you are wrong, you admit it. So that's one of the ways. I could tell many other people, and I also found out. I'm still thinking, and I want to ask how I can greet the whole world.
Greet or
greet? I know how to greet.
Greet.
And interact.
Make example of that.
I can make you.
What do you mean greet? I don't understand.
I might not know you before.
Okay.
But my interaction with you make you feel very comfortable.
Can you do it? Anybody you've not talked to?
Okay. Anyway, what have I not spoken with here before? I haven't spoken with you. Okay, patient.
Come.
Okay, can you come? Yeah.
You too.
Hello, Patience. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Give me a hug.
How do you know her name is Patience?
Oh, because I've been listening through HMT. I've not spoken with her before, but I observed. So I really don't have to ask your name before I know. I will hear it. So, Patience, I've seen you. Oh, sorry, Precious, rather. Precious. Gracious, precious. Gracious. Yeah, so gracious, precious, I really, I want to say that since we started, I really observed you, and you look like someone I would love to interact with more. Well, and, well, how have you been? How are you doing? I hope you're different. How has HMT been for you? Stressful. I'm sure you can undo it. That's why you're here. Because if not, you'd have gone back home. Yeah, and I know that Pastor is rubbing off on you little by little. Because for you, normally you don't do this. You won't just come out of the crowd to, to just make yourself an example. You look like a very shy person initially, but just by me interacting with you now, I can see that Pastor has rubbed off on you and kicked off something within you. That's one of the things.
That is okay. That gift is one of the things that made Pastor Sunday who he is. And that gift can make you to build a church of 10,000 people, minimum. That's number one. Number two, that gift is a gift of a bridge builder. So it is an abuse of talent and a misuse of God's resource if you don't constantly look for a way to build bridges between you and the rest of the world. What am I saying? For example, if you have that gift, then the premier thing you must be working on is what is the new set of people, or what is the new group of people that I've not connected with yet? Where are they, and what are the mechanics or methods that I could use to connect with them? That means that's one. Number two, what are the existing technology that will make me or help me to expose my gifts? So to someone like you, Sam, it is either going to be laziness or religiosity or just lack of foresight that will not make you to make yourself, what do you call them, a YouTube hero, a Facebook hero, and there's no, it's not explainable, there's no excuse for you not to be chatting and interacting with people on live broadcast like I'm doing. Not just teaching, but building audiences and connecting with people. So if you have that kind of gift, you want to be on Twitter sending words out and making people follow. Then you want to build, you want to use anything, TV, Skype, Facebook, live stream, YouTube, same with you. And then you want to be sending out messages and get the feedback from people and giving them words. And then you want to also go beyond that. So giving purpose, missions, directions to people that have gathered around you. So you want to use your gift to galvanize people, but also go a little bit ahead from there by giving them directions, focus, assignments, instructions, guidance. So that way you could actually be in your room alone and become a world leader to various groups and associations all over the world. It could be out of interest. You could ask yourself, who am I interested in touching or reaching? Am I interested in ladies? Am I interested in youth? Am I interested in students? Am I interested in medical students? Am I interested in unemployed youth? Am I interested in Nigerians? Am I interested in Africans? Am I interested in, and then use all these things that I've spoken about to propel yourself and make yourself into a celebrity. And a celebrity that from there, you are now using all that various connections and relationships to both sell and promote anything you want. And that way, you are turning that wealth into riches. Thank you, sir. She was waiting for you. Come back. Who you with?
Okay.
And what's your name again?
Bukola.
What's the name?
You want me to make you feel special?
Bukola? Okay. Bukola, will you, next time, I was ministering to him, and then we finished, we forgot about you a little bit. Never allow people to forget about you.
Wow.
Never allow yourself to be neglected, and never allow yourself to be forgotten. So even though we were caught up with doing something else, but since you had come out for this, you just say, no, speak out. call attention to yourself. Stand your ground. Get what belongs to you. Never remain where life has put you.
And another hug. And another hug.
Beautiful.
Okay, let's stop. Can someone take a picture of us with Pastor Sunday? You are with one of the top 10, one of the 5% of the most influential people in the world. So you have a picture with Pastor Sunday Adelaja. So do you know how special you are?
Maybe when you tell me.
You are special because you can listen to him as a tutor to you. And also I've observed you are an analytical thinker, which is very rare to many people. I've not met you before. This is my first time of speaking with you directly. But I've listened to you, I've observed you. You have a way of breaking down issues into bits. You don't attack issues at once. And then each of them, you take one after the other and you solve the problem. And you have a way in which you can convince people with your voice and talk to them in a subtle manner that will make them believe you, even if they are not convinced at first. Yeah. And also, there's a way you carry yourself when you walk, in which some ladies do not do. Most ladies, sometimes they try to be too careful. Others are on the extreme, but you have a balance in walking. You walk with grace.
There is something about your voice. Do you sing or what?
Yeah, I sing.
You sing, eh? Maybe you need to develop that. And maybe there is something there for you. Maybe your voice could be bringing something special, a special presence, a special, not maybe professional-wise, but ministration-wise. I think that when you sing, that people are going to be ministered to in special ways. So when you sing, I think it is important for you to know that it is not song you are singing, but that you are passing some energy across. And that you are actually massaging people. That's what I say in the spirit. That you are massaging people through your voice. And that's not just when you speak. That's not just when you sing. Maybe when you talk too. So there is a vibration in the spirit connected with your voice. But I'm totally surprised that you are Nigerian. Talk less of the fact that you are Yoruba. Because I'm thinking that maybe you are from one of those Eastern or Southern African area. Maybe you are too friendly with them, I don't know. Or maybe you are not. Maybe you are just unique. Yes. And also, as we are talking right now, I just feel you have a fiancé?
Yes, sir.
Where is it?
He's in Nigeria.
He's in Nigeria. I just feel that your fiancé or fiancé is going to look at this thing. Either he's looking right now or he's going to look. Maybe because you are going to send it to him. Or because somebody is going to send it to him. But that's what I feel. Yes.
And also I can add to you, let me give you an idea. You can allow yourself to be trained and to become one of the hosts of Ask Pastor Sunday.
And maybe not just that, and in other TV programs and other TV opportunities. That's also what it's saying. But it's using Ask Pastor Sunday as an example. So if you want, what city do you live in? Kharkov. So if you can make that sacrifice, about that, Ask Pastor Sunday place be free. But also, there's such similar platforms. Yes, and another thing I think you should do with your voice and the way you talk, just confirming what he has said, is that since there is a vibration about you and your voice. So if I were you, what will I do with that? What is that telling me? That is telling me that I must find an outlet for that voice. So you must look for avenues and territories to use that voice in. It could be video. It could be Facebook. It could be YouTube. It could be clubs. And I think I see you holding discussions, small group discussions, roundtable discussions, not roundtable, but like, yeah, roundtable discussions, small group discussions. So maybe you need to think about what your burdens are, and then go and invite and reach out, maybe to girls or women, then come up with topics and be discussing those topics. You could be the host or the leader and launch yourself out into something deeper. What are you out for? You are out to comment on that or to get something from someone? No. What are you here for?
Just comment on.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. You look like a senator of the federal government. Have you been to Above recently? But this thing might be coming from there. Yes. It could be.
In my area of profession, I work in the crisis intervention team, and people tend to gravitate towards me, and because
make the point first. First of all, mention the point that we're discussing.
Okay, because
no, that particular point. Can you repeat it first?
Okay, what are the things that I notice that other people don't see?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that what you want to comment on?
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, tell us what are the things that you notice that other people don't see.
Okay. I would like to turn it around. What
do other people notice?
What other people notice that they don't notice in other people?
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's why they tend to gravitate towards me out of my team members, and because I'm a good listener. And what I do is to save people who are suicidal. I see them every day, and I've been doing it for the past 4 years, and none has committed suicide. And
you see them because they tell you, or you see them before they tell you?
No, they come. It's either they were caught while they were attempting suicide, and my job is to prevent it. And when they come, I tend to find suitable answers for them that will change their mind. And apart from that, even while I was growing up, I mean, from the age 15 to 20, I could see couples approaching me for solutions and for advice, and it has really worked. And when I was living in Nigeria, when I was 20 years old, 2 families attested to this. They were older people, and they came out and they said, "You saved our marriages." And that was when I was 20 years old. And everywhere I go, I tend to see that people gravitate towards me when I speak, and at times I don't speak, but when I speak, it becomes magnified. And yeah.
So people for the past 4 years that you have spoken to have desisted from committing suicide.
Yes.
But it's a very beautiful thing in your own case that you are able to find a profession under your gift. And that's the way that's what Ireti was trying to talk about, and Fisayo as well. That we should teach people to focus more on the abilities and the gifts and the wealth and the potential that they have, so that when they now go to universities, they will be going to study on how to actually use that. So education is actually to give them a platform or to simply expand what they already are doing, what they already recognize in themselves. So this particular gift was already in him before he went to study nursing, that will give him a platform to be able to actually save lives. But with people like you, sir, Kenny, Mr. Kenny, the problem that someone like you will have is that, and that's the problem of our society at large, is that you tend, especially since you now have a profession that allows you to do this, most people tend to just do that thing at work. So, for example, I'm not sure that you have a platform or a page on the social media, on Facebook, just a page to advertise that I save people from suicide. I can help. I don't think you have a platform like that, even though you are very successful in it. Or you could, or a page that says, in the last 4 years, I've saved no one. I've had consultation. I've consulted X amount of number of people, 20 or 50 people, and not everybody has changed their mind about committing suicide. Do you know anybody who is in need of that? Let them contact me. That will be your service, not your profession now, but your service to the community and to the world and to humanity. And that will be your platform, that the whole world could now be calling you. You will be having calls from Japan. You'll be having calls from Singapore. You'll be having calls from South Africa. You'll be having calls from Brazil. You'll be having calls from all over the world, just because people have now discovered that there is somebody out there who gives personal consultation anonymously and privately and helps people to get rid of something. If you want, you could make that into payment service and make extra money on what you already making at your job. But that is just one thing. Then it could also be video. Then it could also be, just even, maybe not even video, maybe just even without your picture. But, any way, you could just look for ways and medium media to use to actually, promote and announce yourself and make, just like I was telling Anastasia, and make those people who have never heard of your name before, especially those people who don't even know that there is someone out there with an answer for them. Because every day in this world, there are people drinking because they want to die. Or there are people swallowing tablets because they want to die. But there are people attempting suicide or contemplating suicide on a daily basis. No. And you are there, you are supposed to make them know there is an answer for them. And that is also a wealth that must be converted both to riches. But riches, not just financial riches, but to a large extent, riches in honor and, yes, and fulfillment.
Good morning once again. I have noticed that
Sorry, go again?
I've noticed that I can raise fund, or I can sell things for other people or to other people and make extra cash on it, but I'm reluctant in doing it because people think that I'm too selfish. For example, we had my sister over there. She has EMSA. It's like an organization for students. So, but then in the organization itself, they don't have money. So they need to raise funds to have money so that they can be doing their programs and stuff. So for the HIV, for Breast Cancer Day, they decided that they are going to give out pamphlets and people to be aware about breast cancer and stuff. So I'm like, so what are you going to do that day? Then she's like, no, we're just going there and then maybe give people tea and cookies and stuff. I'm like, why would you give them cookies for free? or something. Why can't you make the cookies and the brush and the things, and then as people are coming to listen for the information, maybe they can donate.
Sure the thing is passionate enough. I don't think that voice is strong enough. So either you have to move closer to her. Yeah.
They can maybe, okay, let's say we can give them cookies in a form of donation. They can donate to the organization so you can do more projects. So we ended up doing this. They made the cookies, the pies, the sweets, the coffee. So what I decided that, okay, we are going to sell the cookies for 5 hryvnia. But then I started saying that, okay, they were busy doing the outreach on breast cancer, but I was in the section of the selling of the cookies. So when they come there, I'm like, listen, my brother, this is breast cancer. I would convince them to buy the cookies, not for 5 hryvnia, but for 20 and 50. You know, in that way, we raised a fund for the organization. You know, I don't know if it's, I've noticed I've been doing it for some time. My brother here has books, crock books, for what? 6 crock. We write exam at the end of the year in 6 course. So there's a book that...
Are you in 6 course already?
Yes.
You and him?
He's in 4.
You are in 6.
Yes.
So I'm not going to see you next year again, unless you move with us to Nigeria.
He actually said, we should take an opportunity to see you because it might be the last time.
Yeah.
And I said, where will he go? Then he's like, he might not be here. I'm like, I'll go wherever he goes. And so he's like, okay.
Have you registered for the African project?
No.
For the Nigerian project?
No.
Oh my, you know, all of you who are interested in going, in being like going everywhere I go, you might want to register to be part of the Nigerian movement. Maybe I should do, where is Igor? There's no Igor. Okay. Where is Babush? Nobody is there. Okay. I think I will have to do a presentation about the Nigerian project. Yeah, I think we should do a presentation about Nigeria. Is that tomorrow? Yes. Tomorrow is the final day, right?
Yes, sir.
I think, because anyway, the way to register for the Nigerian project is just to go to my blog, SundayAdelajablog.com. There is a form, you see /Nigeria. There is a form there on the Nigerian section, and you just go and fill it up. So that when we are going to Nigeria, if you want to go to Nigeria, then you say, we want to be in your team to Nigeria. So that when it's time to go, we'll be able to get you. We'll be able to invite you and get you. But if it is a project that you have, you need to write that project down. If it's something that you want to contribute to Africa or to Nigeria, you have to write that down as well. So just go to that blog and fill the form out. And tomorrow morning is the last time I'm speaking, right? Yes. So I think I should do a presentation of Nigerian transformation project. There is a video, we just played the video, but we have to talk how to do this technically so that the people on Facebook also could see. So you have to talk that with Igor.
Susan, I want to ask, can I make a career out of this? It's like I'm an intermediate. I can come to you and take what you have and go to the next person and sell it.
I think it's brilliant. I think it's not just brilliant, I think it's gorgeous. I think it's one of the most needful gifts for that everybody almost is looking for. I think it's a need that one in every 2 people are in need of. So what I would advise you to do is this, to not just make it a career, but to make it a life goal, life passion. And what you will need to do is to study how to package it. You need to study and look at how to present yourself, how to package that idea. But you need to promote yourself just the way you have said now, that I'm a fundraiser. I help you raise money for your project, for your business, or for your product. Write it in different ways and different forms. But the condition must be you are taking 15% out of how money you raise, or 20%. I don't know. You have to study how it is done. Huh? You want to clap? But also, like I told Pastor Nkiru yesterday, the most important thing is you need to use all your energy to promote it, to advertise it, and to let everyone know that you have that ability. You need to inform everybody, advertise it. For example, if you are still in Ukraine and you want to do that in Ukraine, it means that you have to pull that advert and publicity to not all the students in your city have to hear about it, and also all the students in Ukraine altogether have to hear about it. So that is to the extent of what publicity is. Just like I told McDonald that everybody in England and in a city have to hear. Whatever you are doing, every human being in that territory and beyond have to know what you are doing. That is the key to success. You've got to push yourself. So, brilliant, good idea. And I think, the faster you do it, everybody here, some of them need that service right now. Yes. For example, somebody spoke yesterday about, yes, and somebody spoke yesterday about doing African food or something. Then they mentioned some rolls, egg rolls or something. But for me, when I was growing up in Africa, right now, I cannot eat African food as well. But I want to begin to learn because I'm on my way to Africa. So I want to begin to learn, but to eat African food again. But the one that I never had problem with when I eat it, even when up to now, when I went to Nigeria, if I eat that, I don't go run to toilet. I don't have problem. Is that egg something? But it's not it's the Scotch egg one. It's not the other one. The roll. I don't know the roll. I'm not here.
It's like egg inside of puff or something.
Yeah, I need to see. Yeah. Anyway, so I was just telling my wife. I was just telling my wife. Because there was somebody who gave her some of those eggs, and she brought them to the house, and with the kids were eating it. And I was telling her that, Princess, this is what I like to eat, and we don't even know how to. She does say we only eat Ukrainian food now, so. And she said maybe I will try to find a way of doing it or something. We don't even know that there are people, So that kind of thing you could connect, if maybe. I will buy. I'm a potential client, but I don't even know who to buy, who does them, things like that. So, I think in everything, even with my books, there are people all over Ukraine and all over the place that, that might be an idea, and why not? And with my books, I don't even get money back. I'd never take $1 from any of my books. Anybody who says them take the money. That's the way it is. I'm not in it for the money. I'm just interested that it's distributed. So those are some of the things, a lot of things are out there, a lot of needs are out there. So, and you could have a hall of 200 people, even 2,000 people, and everybody will come out and tell them about their giftings, that what they can do, and they do good in different things. And out of 2,000 people, you will not see a single person who will say, I am good in fundraising. You could have 2,000 people there, and not one will come out to say, my own area is to raise funds. So what I'm saying is that it's unique, and it's rare. So if 2,000 people will be there, everybody needs money, and nobody is specializing in it. Can you then imagine what will happen when you are the only one who specializes in it? All of them will be your clients. So go for it, girl.
what I'm going to say, I don't know whether it's business-wise, but it's something that I've just noticed.
But you have to start with that point.
Yeah, it's the question.
Yeah, but you have to repeat it for the people to.
Okay. What are the things I noticed and other people don't see? Okay, I have noticed that I'm the kind of person that people don't invite to things like parties. But when people have serious issues, dark, red secrets, I'm the type of the person they come to. Now what I came here is to ask, I don't see really, to be honest, I don't know what's in me that people don't invite me to parties, but yet they come to me when they really, it doesn't matter what kind of age, what kind of situation, marriages, others, anything. Uncles, big aunties, sometimes I'm even just afraid to talk to the person will just come, I want to talk to you, there is this.
Okay. I think that, thank God that you have noticed that ability in yourself. I think it is also a wealth and a resource. And the way there is a need for it, because I would call it like this. I would say anonymous services. Is it anonymous, you said? Anonymous services. If I were you, I would just present myself and sell myself to the outside world as anonymous services. That is that I provide services that are private, that are anonymous, that you could come and share with me all things that you cannot share with other people. You could come to me and get consultation for matters that you don't want to discuss with other people. Or you could come to me and just speak out your mind and be sure that it's not going to get out. No, the next one, you could come to me to discuss something that you cannot discuss with anybody else. Secrets that you don't want, that you cannot carry any longer. Burdens that are private and they are killing you, but also you cannot talk to people about. So, exclusive services, VIP services. And I think it's a service of trust, it's a service of confidence, and it's a service of, let me tell you this, in our church, we have a lot of prostitutes, former prostitutes. Some of the things I learned from these prostitutes, have taught me that never look down at people. Because the society, the way they look at prostitutes as if they are the outcasts that are not good for anything. And that they are the scum of the society and that almost nothing good in them. But what I have discovered is that we all have a lot to learn from them. I did. And I like to listen to them. Let me just share with you one of the lessons that I learned from the prostitute in our church. And this is in relation to your observation. The prostitute said that a sizable percentage of all their clients that come to them don't sleep with them, but they pay.
Yeah.
They pay the money for sleeping, but they come and they will not sleep. So the girl is ready to give her service, to give her sexual service, because that's what she thought she was rendering. But the man will say, I don't need sex, I just need you to listen. So the prostitute will end up sitting down there all night. And listening to how big men, not just big physically, but big in the society, wealthy men, are just pouring out their hearts. And they said there are no other places for them to pour out their hearts and emotions because they are strong men. They are viewed as too strong, too good, too powerful, too invincible, and yeah. And they pay them extra if they listen to them very well and go. Sizable amount. So what I'm saying is that there are needs out there for people to be heard out, to be listened to. So that thing you are saying right now, that they don't invite you to parties, it's one of the greatest blessings you could ever imagine. Because it's a service in confidence. And those some of them could be general for free, but the exclusive something, they have to be chargeable as well. And that's converting wealth into riches also.
Okay, sir. What are the things I noticed and others don't see? I have noticed that, in a way, I'm a joy giver. Why do I say it? I've unconsciously actually noticed it. There was particular.
What state are you from, Nigeria?
Ogun State, sir.
Because you are looking like my relative. Yeah, because there is what do you call it? There is a relational, huh? Yeah, there is there is a relative thing there, relational thing that I'm seeing. She's looking exactly like some of my relatives. Wow. So which means either by blood we are related, or by food, by climate, by environment. You know, because if people who live in the same, grew up feeding on the same kind of something, they develop the same similar something. For example, there was I'm sorry, I'll come back to it. There was a tragedy that happened in England when a 9-year-old girl was brought to England to work as a maid, and then she behaved badly with the host, and I think she was 16 or 14 when she was killed. Maybe they beat her and she died, maybe by accident. So the host who brought her to England, because in England you have to answer for those kind of things, so they had to get rid of the cops so that the people would not know, and went and threw her in the Thames, is it? River Thames. Is it? Yes. Yes. So, and it was like 2 or 3 years or 4 years later, I don't remember, maybe 5 years later, it was totally decomposed body that they found. Totally decomposed. So no face again, no body, just bones. And but in England they have forensic, or what do you call it? Forensic services. So these forensic services allow them to just take the bones to the sample to the laboratory and do the forensic on it. You know what they use to discover who she is? DNA, but they just use DNA first of all to discover that she's 14 years old, and that through all the DNA and the things, and they discovered that she's from Africa. Then they did more further research and forensic and discover the kind of food that formed the bones. Because the food we eat is what forms our body. So they broke it down to discover the food contents and components that form the body, the bones. So after they broke the food down to the food, they discovered that food, that particular sort of yam, is not grown in East Nigeria. It's not grown in North Nigeria or Central Nigeria. It's grown in West Africa. And then they traced it to the geographical city of Osogbo. Amazing. Amazing, eh? So you are a product of your land. You are a product of your land. And that's why your land heals you. For example, I've been here for 8 years. I've not been able to travel because of my lawsuit. But one of the greatest things I am missing is to be in Africa. Not just Africa. I want to be my native land. I need to step in Nigeria. I know that when I step in Nigeria, I need to feel the sun. There is a communication that is going on that is not with men. There is a communication that is going on with nature. There is a communication because the Bible said that the land cries. The land can speak. Because when Cain killed Abel, it was recorded that the blood that was spilled on that land spoke and God heard. And then that blood polluted the land. The land could receive message. So the land recorded crime. So whatsoever is happening upon the land is recorded. So when the practices upon the land are good, the land prospers. There also is a curse is the land for thy sake, because evil was committed upon that land. So when evil is committed upon the land, the Bible says in another place that therefore the land spews out the dwellers of it therefore. Because of the crimes. And also he said the land of Egypt recorded the sufferings of the children of Israel. And that their cry came up to God. In the land, what was happening in the land of Israel was coming up to God. So there's a connection between land and what people eat, what people that connect us. It connects all of us. So that's what will make a Nigerian to feel himself more at home with another Nigerian than with a Zimbabwean. And that is what will make another Nigerian and a Nigerian to feel more at home with a Zimbabwean than with an American. We are connected. There is a similar communication, a similar wave, a similar message that is being communicated to us. So, if you are from Ogun State, I know I've asked you before, but if you are from Ogun State, are you not from Ijebu area? Shagamu, that's Ijebu, right? Shagamu people are Ijebu people. Okay. So I'm Ijebu as well. You see? We are the same people. I could see myself in her. I could see myself in her. Yes. I don't even need to talk. I could just say, amazing. Ijebu, yeah. Who said it's from Ijebu too? You are from Ijebu too?
She wants to be.
I'm from Abeokuta.
Yes, Ogun State too. Actually. She is Ijebu, right? Are you Ijebu?
My mom is, so.
So you are disassociating yourself with your mom, right? My mom is. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay. Occasionally, unconsciously, actually, I've noticed there was a particular time, one very, very funny experience. I have a friend that she's just never in a good mood. Like she's always, like she said, I quote, I'm not a morning person. I don't know if like the person is not always just smiling in the morning. Like you come to class, I see you outside, and yes, I confronted her. I'm like, "Fine now, what's up? Now you're always frowning, could vex and all." But as time went on, I noticed that when I just see her, she just starts smiling. And I noticed that when I just want to approach her, because before I can't even approach her, because by that time I couldn't actually just go and meet her because her facial expression just like, okay, sister, I cannot. But as time went on, I was more accessible to her, and it's so funny how she just come and I'm like, you know, can you imagine what like? It was more like a friendly kind of conversation now, and I'm like, oh wow, that's really very, very nice. And another thing I also noticed was that yes, I could actually I have another friend that I don't know, she always just thinks we are in a group, yeah, and we're talking about something, and you know how Nigerians could be, they'll be like, oh, you don't know this thing. As in, they make you feel you know nothing. And yeah, and every time she would just drag me out and from the group and tell me, oh, Tammy, come, please, can you just explain this thing further? Because she knows that I will not judge her in a way. And I'm like, wow, okay, that's actually very, very good. And just so many, like, it's that things have actually happened, and I'm like, wow, I'm a joy giver. Yeah.
Well, the way to use that is, what to do with that is to turn that to a platform. You need to learn to turn that to a platform. And just like people turn joking into a business and joking into entertainment. So a joy giver also could do something similar. To turn it into a platform through which you build relationship, build commerce, build enterprise, build teams, build a vision, build, goals, aspirations, and you could actually use that joy to be a galvanizing force and power to achieve any goal and purpose that you put before yourself. So powerful stuff. Good job. Because people people gather around people like that easily. But I've only given you 1 point, so let me quickly go. So hello everybody, let me talk to my Facebook people.
Everybody's claiming it,
Including you. Hello everybody, my Facebook people. I want you to know that we are continuing here, and the topic is how to discover your latent wealth. So I'm trying to help the young men here to know that wealth doesn't necessarily come from money, but it is money that comes from wealth. And I also want them to know that education is not necessarily, or job or no job, or employment or no employment, is not their source of wealth. That they already have wealth in them that they could use and turn into riches. So if you are watching this kind of teaching might be needful for you, for your children, for people around you. So I would like to encourage everyone that is watching now to go look for the share button. There is a share button under this video. Go look for that share button and go share it and let people know that, look, guys, we are already rich. We have wealth inside of us. Learn to discover them. Let me give you some other keys. You discover your latent wealth by asking some simple questions. Simple questions. So I'm going to give you other points. Only one point we have been discussing right now. What are the things that I notice that other people don't see? So that is one major key for you to determine or to discover the latent wealth that is in you. What are the other questions that will help us to discover this? Number 2, what qualities do you have that makes you to be different? That makes you or others to think that you are different from everyone else? And sometimes you might be thinking that you are the odd one out. Or you might even be thinking that you are not accepted. And you might even be, at times, thinking that it is a bad thing. Or that it is a disadvantage. Or that you are not like others. So you might even be condemning yourself sometimes. Or you might even be looking down at yourself. You might even be ashamed. Or be intimidated. That you think you are not like others. But that thing that makes you to be different, that particular quality is that actually that is where your wealth lies. So Jumai, you want to be the first one to come up? Anybody to confirm that, please come. And because I was looking at our response and I was seeing the please come by anybody who wants to talk about it. No, if you have been out before, okay, we'll leave you. Because other people will not get chance there otherwise. Dr. Lavanya, you've been out before, so we'll let her come out rather than, yes. So let's hear your story.
Good morning, Pastor.
Good morning.
I noticed that I'm over-emotional. I thought it was something that was bringing me down because I thought that I needed to have more control over my emotions. Like, when I look at situations that people are in, I'm moved by their suffering and their pain. And I used to think that I shouldn't be this moved, or I should have more control over my reactions and my emotions. But I noticed that it's these things that are pushing me to want to help people, to want to do something to change their situation, like to put myself in their lives. But I think I've always thought that it makes me different because every other person around me, like for example, I can be watching a documentary on how somebody went through so many difficulties. I will look around and I'm the only person that is shedding tears. I will look around and I'm the only person that's crying. Like,
you are from Nigeria, yeah?
Yes.
Where in Nigeria?
I'm from Kogi State.
Okay. Are you Fulani or Hausa? Fulani. Okay. So, do you speak Yoruba as well?
I understand Yoruba. I live in Lagos.
Okay, but you speak Kaba? No?
Mm-hmm.
You live in Lagos?
I live in Lagos.
Okay, you what did you say? What language you just said now? Ibira. Yeah. Okay, so I see that most of the emotions that you have is connected to people and people's suffering. So let's now look, you have to do analysis because that is a wealth on its own. If it's called empathy. So you have to go and study empathy. And if there are also compound words to empathy, like sympathy, like pathetic, like apathy is apathy is the direct opposite, yeah. But sympathy, pathetic, compassion, not passion, compassion.
Love, unconditional love.
Yeah. So those are similar words, but empathy is what we are talking about. So that might make you to look strange in the sense that nobody else is crying. But what you need to do with that is, first of all, you need to give purpose to your emotions. Emotions must be directed. If they are not directed, then they will be, like you are saying now, they will be all over the place. And you will become a nuisance, or you will come across as a nuisance to all the other people around you. And everybody will just be pushing you down, talking you down, and saying, why we're so doing serious thing here and you're crying. That's why it's always, you will just become a nuisance to people. And, it's not a good place to be. But the problem is it is not with the emotion. The problem is that the emotion has not received purpose. The emotion has not been given direction. And so, what you want to do with that is that you want to say, okay, my emotions are for people. That's number one. Not just emotions everywhere, but for people. To find out, to feel what other people are feeling, so that I might be able to provide solutions to them in their conditions and circumstances. That's number one. Number two, the next thing you want to do is, even when you are watching a documentary and you are not there now, and the person is in Africa or Sudan or somewhere, and you are saying, but I don't even know the person. The people are not even there. It's one thing for me to feel empathy for someone who is here. I could just go and hug them and smile and something. But what about if I'm watching documentary and the people are somewhere there? What you do is this. Anytime you feel emotions, you should know that is one way. It's a means. It's simply a means through which God is talking to you. God talks to different people in different ways. God might be talking to some people through the strongest way they hear God could be through their inner voice. Other people, the strongest way they hear God is through maybe the scriptures. Other people, the way they hear God might be through, audible voice, nature, or examples, or Bible reading, or anything like that. No, if you don't come out on time, that's it. So, but in your own case, it is that well of emotions that you have. That well, that is the means. You have to identify that is the means that God communicates to you. And whenever those emotions come, you must also know, last thing, that God wants me to act. So the action that God might want you to take might not necessarily be go hug the person now, or go smile at them, or go because they are not there. But it could be just to write down the lesson you are underlining by watching that documentary, or the things that should not repeat itself anymore in the world out of that compassion. God is trying to tell you that thing must not happen. You must stop that kind of thing. Or that compassion might be letting you to know that, okay, there are some people also who might be experiencing that somewhere and somewhere. I must now use this example to minister to them, or to help somebody, or to suggest somebody, or to use it as an example, or to even, it might not even be your area of ministration or your passion, but you might just use it to go and talk to the person who might have passion in that area and say that, okay, this, I saw this thing, go and use it, go and develop it. But it will get to a time when you have too much passion and for you to deal with by yourself. So what you do is that you will raise up people around you that, as a team, that, you yourself might be dealing with, your hands are full. You are dealing with 3, 4, 5 issues at the same time. Then you might be able to, delegate those other passions you are feeling to other people. That's one thing you want to learn to do. To delegate your passions to other people. To tell them, okay, you see, there is this thing that is happening. I want you to go study it, and I want you to go do it, and to go minister to those people, go and help them, go and do something like that. So you must not just know how to give direction and purpose to your passion, you must also learn to structure your passion. So manage it, not like controlling it, but manage it in the sense of managing it towards the fulfillment of the goal or purpose for which it's given. When you are talking with people, you could actually develop that empathy to the level to which McDonald was talking about, whereby you convert that empathy into ministration. You feel for the person first, and then you convert it to words and begin to convert those emotions you are feeling for the person into words. And when you are converting them into words, they will become ministration to the person you are talking to. They will become directions for them. They will become suggestions for them. They will become wisdom for them. They will become understanding for them. They will become guidance for them. A lot of things you can do with that. And that all is money as well.
Yesterday when you taught us that our wealth was inside us, and like it didn't matter if you have money, like as far as you can use what's inside you, like you are wealthy already. And before I listened to the message, I've always been moved, like I've always made plans, like okay, my summer I'm going to go to countries that need help, because every time on TV we're always saying that.
Sorry, I'm going to go to
countries that need help, because every time on TV they always advertise like a child in Africa hasn't eaten, or like donate $1 so that a child can eat, or there's no clean water. Like I've always wanted to like not just give the $1, but go to these places, like volunteer to these places and do something. But I always thought that the fact that I didn't have the funds to transport myself there, or like, because if I'm going to volunteer and there's nobody that's going to be taking care of me, like I'm going to be the one like taking care of my own funds also and taking care of these people. So I thought that because I didn't have money, like, or I didn't know how to, like, I need ways that I can, without traveling to these places, I can start to
raise money.
Not raise money, like reach out already, like without going to actually help the third world and the children that don't have food, or use
that's
my
similar
medicine.
to what not melody, I call her melody all the time. Memory. That's similar to what memory does. She raises funds and connects. So what my children do this thing you are doing, what you are talking about, like for example, my children are providing water and building wells in different countries, Latin America, India, and Africa. And how do they do it? They just read it in those things like you are reading now. So they themselves, I gave them the assignment. So they went to the internet and said, providing water, drinking water to. So they discovered, they themselves came to me with it, I didn't know, in the internet themselves. Just by doing research, they discovered that there is an organization in the world already that is their own duty is just to do wells and provide water. And for you, they will tell you the village, or to take care of children, orphans and things like that, without going there. So they are here going to school and they're having those wells, and so they will tell you this amount of money will provide for 600 people forever. This one will do it for 100 people, this one with 200 people. And so what they did is that they started doing, I think one of them was doing cookies. So when people come to my house, they will go and tell them that these my cookies that I did. I want to raise money for this thing. And people are buying the cookies. They don't sell anything. They're supposed to be for free, or maybe 10 cents or something. But people will give $10 or $5 or $100 for the cookie, and that's how they raise the money. Another person was drawing. Maybe Pearl was drawing, and Zoe was drawing. Okay, they sold their drawings. So people who would visit my house, they just go and talk to them that we are raising money for this thing, and you buy my drawing. Then another person went and gave all our gifts, the toys, empty all the toys, and went to sell the toys for the children. And that's how they raise. So we could always, that's what they are doing. So while they are here still growing up, they are providing for the needs of the world.
First of all, Pastor Sunday has taught us that you are the solution to the problem you have seen. You are the solution to that problem that you have seen. So, like you said, you might be like 200 people like in a room, and you are the only person shedding tears after watching something. It's not by chance. Like Pastor said, God is talking to you. That is your passion, and that is your mission. So, you have to convert it now. But don't feel that, oh, you are the odd one out. How come? Don't feel strange. Why am I the only one crying? I mean, no. That brother makes you special. So what you need to do now is to convert this your passion, this your mission that God has given you. Since you're in Ukraine, it doesn't matter. Don't think you cannot help. Like Pastor said, you cannot help from here. There are NGOs even around. You can join even one as a volunteer. You might not need to travel to Africa. You can do it here. There are also people around you that have needs, Ukrainians as well. So you can as well start impacting on your environment at the same time. What Pastor mentioned about his kids, I will also carry on, give you another example. I have an NGO. This is the same thing we do. We raise funds with the help of people like Sister Memory. We sell, other children come with paint. We sell their drawings. We have fundraisers every year, for example. So we get all this money. Last year we helped Ukrainian displaced citizens from Donbas regions. All of them, many of them moved from there. They're in Kharkov in different cities. We helped a lot of them settle down, food and otherwise. This year we provided education for 50 children in DR Congo, orphans. So we are here in Ukraine. I have not been to DR Congo. I have not been to Donbas. I was there before. But you can connect from here where you are. Look around. Like Pastor said, you can join the internet, find these organizations, meet people like Sister Memory. You can get some kind of funds which you can channel over there. So next time when you are watching those documentaries, you won't just be crying, you'll be smiling because you're already doing something in the process.
I'm trying to be emotional too.
Why should it be about emotion? It's not about...
No. That's not what I am about.
Mention the point.
What qualities do you have that makes you or others think you are the odd one? Okay. I like to dramatize a lot. So I feel that if somewhere is serious, I just come and I lighten the mood. Not because I want to, but because it's who I am. And when I was coming, I was with Pastor Anu, and Pastor Anu said something. He said, when you get there, Pastor Anu.
Okay, I know you.
Yeah. So he said something to me. He said, Adiola, I want you to be quiet. And actually receive. That was what he told me. And I think I've been here since the night before yesterday, and it's been a struggle for me. Adiola, they say you should be quiet. Don't stand up and say something funny. Say something serious. You understand? So it's like a part of me. I'm the drama leader of my church. And when I'm on stage, everything else does not matter. like my life. And another thing that is very odd about me is that I can give money to a fault. And I sit down and say, Diola, you are stupid. Some people, the money you will give, they'll use it for business. Me, I'll give or borrow, and you take them a week that they promise to turn to 2 years. So I think, and I don't learn a lesson. That's the problem. When you come again tomorrow, I'll give. And so I think that's another one. And I want to ask, I started a foundation to help the needy. I started here in Ukraine, Footstool of Hope. And I wanted to ask, how is it possible that I can foot this foundation, help this foundation with my gifts? You understand? Because definitely a foundation needs money. And I started solely by my money and some help, and it's been difficult because I don't have a source of income to fuel the foundation. So these are like the things that I have going in my life right now. I am very dramatic. So I don't know, should I try to stop because life is getting too serious? Should I turn being dramatic into serious? I don't know. That's what is odd about me, really quite odd. What?
That is like this. That is like the story. That is like the story of Fela Aníkúlá Kuti. He was sent to England to study, I think, medicine or so. And then, but he was just went playing about and doing art, just like you, and doing music and learning how to play saxophone and things like that, and just playing around, because that was where his passion was. It was a big blow and disappointment to his parents, but you know what? His brother was a medical doctor, but he's more famous than anybody in that family because he followed his passion. But following your passion doesn't mean only educationally. Following your passion means to get and give your passion expression every possible way, in using every possible opportunity. Make sure that every day you touch your passion. Make sure that you use your passion on a daily basis. So even though they have told you to be quiet, that doesn't mean that you have to be quiet 24 hours. So in 24 hours, find at least 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 1 hour to express your passion or to touch your dream. So even though you've been quiet for 20 hours, but you can be yourself for another hour or something. So what I'm saying is that you must give expression to your own gift. And that is how you make money too. By acting, and just the desire to act by itself gives you a platform. But the problem with our Nigerian people now is that everything starts and stops in the church. I don't see why you should be doing theater in the church. To people who you already know, is it just to do something for doing sake? If I were you, I would find a way to, if a black man will go and do theater to Russians, you know the way they will come out. Right. Even without doing any theater, just by being black and appearing in the market. It's as if they walk up naked for market. They will come out to see you. But then when you are acting, you could gather the whole city. And they will be paying for it. So that is one thing. Then you mentioned another something that you give to a form. But for you to give, you have to make the money first. So, and that is the way you could make the money, by giving expression to your acting career. Find people and find a way. Go to the internet. How can I sell acting, theater? How can just go and study? How can I express? How can I do my first paid theater? How can I gather crowd? How can I, all the information are out there. Go and find, just go Google it. You'll find all the answers there. And then find people, some people might be good in organizing. Some people might be good in helping you to do posters, announcements. And some people might know Russian or Ukrainian language to translate it. And, that's how it begins right there. And, it might not be successful from the very first day, but if you don't stop, that's it. Now, giving, you say you can give to a fault. Giving doesn't have to be just money giving. For theater also is a form of giving. You are giving of yourself. You are giving of your talent. You are giving of your passion. You are giving of your emotion. So, even smiling is also giving. Even touching is giving. So if you will see giving not just as limited to money, the pressure will not just be on the money side. You can also be expressing that same giving with other things, not necessarily depending on money to give. You can be giving things, many other things apart from money. Money will just be one of the different things you can give out. And your foundation is a platform for giving as well. But a foundation is not just meant to be sponsored by one man. That's why it's a foundation. So you must just make sure that you tell as many more people about it as possible. What you are doing, what your passion is, and spread the word. Like I've been telling people here, do publicity. Thank you.
So can I tell her something? I don't know if you're on Facebook. We have this lady we call Giddy Girl in Harkov. Yeah. Just putting with her phone, she does comedy that even now she's very well known in Nigeria. We have the other one, Dr. Chris, that is all over the world. They invite him everywhere. So you can start by those short
And there are also medical students.
Yeah, they're still in school. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. This second point, what qualities do you have that makes you or others think that you're the odd one out? I think I can relate very well.
You're the only Indian among Africans.
Yes, I think I was going to say this, but eventually. But let me start with my country. It's not just here that I'm the odd one out. If you have friends who are Indians, you know that first of all they're not. I don't think they will look like me. You understand what I'm saying?
You are darker.
I'm darker. I'm lighter. We have a lot of people everywhere in my country. Yes. So yeah, I want to say that people back home, if you see them, 85% of them, they're very petite, like the way Juma
Smallish.
is. Yeah. Maybe in this couch, 3 of them can sit down. For me, you understand? So starting with that, I used to think that it's so difficult to go back home.
People used to think that it's because they don't eat meat or something.
It's just like that. So in my own country, I'm a mixed breed in my own country because my father's from somewhere, my mom's from somewhere, and when that happens, you have the height or the weight or whatever you want to call it, but. I used to feel like I'm this odd one out. Then I came to Ukraine and everything, and then I see people who are like, taller than me and healthier than me, and then I started feeling comfortable. But then even in that situation, like you mentioned, I'm the only Indian over here, and I'm still trying to fit in. But this summer, it taught me one thing. I went for these camps with the missionary hospital, and the main goal of them is to get HIV patients, like prostitutes, because there's apparently a temple that I didn't know about that they dedicate one of their children to that temple, and then long story. But anyway, they are prostitutes and they are HIV positive and whatever. And then I'm seeing them, we're in the van. First of all, I did not know that they're HIV positive, but like it makes any difference to me.
I'm a doctor and I don't have that stigma that, okay, you're sitting next to me and something's going to happen to me, you know. And we were at the van and everything, and I'm still feeling uncomfortable because everyone's so small and the car is maybe an 8-seater and I'm sitting in front and the rest of them are like 14 of them at the back. You know, and I'm still uncomfortable. And when I finally went to the camp, that feeling of being odd, it just disappeared because I don't know, when you think you're odd and you can convert it into something, and then I felt more like a celebrity, you know, because no, honestly, because I'm there on the chair and people are there coming to me. Everyone's, you know, when you go to your villages, I don't know how it is. If you go to the villages back home, you have even more smallish people than in the city. So I'm like a giant over there, you know. I'm just there sitting on a seat with my apron, checking patients, what. And then, you know, when we say that money or wealth can make you comfortable, I didn't have anything with me, but I was in the village in my country. I was given a room with a bathroom, you know, to go and use whenever I want to. And it was exclusively for me because they thought that, okay, this person has come from the abroad, and you know, she look at the way she looks like, or what, and I like making people comfortable. I love making people feel comfortable. Yeah. So we started this women empowerment thing that is still going on back home. What we did is I went there a couple of times, and that's why this happened. It's not like it happened in a day. We collected 5 women who, one of them knew to speak English, the other knew how to stitch, the other knew how to make pickles. I don't know if you guys know what pickles are, not the Ukrainian pickles, like the really spicy ones. You know, things like that. One of them knows how to potter, you know, she does pottery. So we started up this project where there's a room, for example, and then people come there once a week and they learn how to speak English, or this, that, so that you can now go back home, because they are prostitutes. Maybe their husband died because of the AIDS that this one gave to, you know, or maybe they have one child with them, you know. So for them to have money coming from the missionary hospital is not enough, because there are so many of them and the money is too little. So we found out ways to see that they get their own money, you know. And
but let me come back to your point, Dr. Lavadia. Now, Dr. Lavadia, being an odd one out, beautiful stuff.
Yes, that's what I
So I want to help you to know how to convert it into your riches. So about 30 to 40% of our world have a chronic problem of feeling that they are odd ones out. But up to 80% of our world feel that they are odd ones out, one time or the other, or in one place or the other, 80% of people. If I were you, I would consider creating a platform to tell people, do you feel yourself as an odd one out?
Yes.
Do you feel, yes, create a platform for that. So let people know that, are you the one strange? Are you black when everybody is white? Are you white when everybody is black? Are you short? Yeah, or brown? Are you short when everybody is tall? Are you too short? Are you too tall? Are you too big? Are you too small? Are you know, all kind of options. And let's talk. You could gather, you could do individual consultations. You could also do public discussions. You could also do third kind of seminars and talks. You could also do being a physician also. You could also say, as a physician, I can also give consultation in that area. And so it's a huge platform that will help people from Europe to Latin America, to Africa, to how can you feel comfortable in your body, how to accept yourself. You know, there are so many varieties of it that will really help a lot of people. In fact, people like that are always exclusive, introvert, and they don't fellowship with others too much. And they feel like they're outcast or rejected. But when you give them acceptance, and when you give them welcoming arms, you could have a followership of millions that way. Thank you.
Okay, I'm like the opposite of Jumai. Okay, so in every situation, instead of me to be emotional or crying, I'm always angered. Like, there was a situation that happened in Nigeria where they killed, is it a 7-year-old boy because he stole something from the market? And people were crying. I was like, what's the meaning of this? I always try to look for solutions in those situations. I always have like a different perspective to things. I like have people, my friends call me aliens because like, how can you not have any emotion? Like, seriously. I'm like, it's not as if I don't have emotions, but I've put them in another direction. Instead of me to be crying, I'm always angered by those things, and I try to like look for solutions there, and I don't just do. That's just it for me. Instead of being all sad and emotional, I like, it's a waste of time for me to be down. I'm always like having a positive mentality, trying to look for solutions, like how can this problem be solved, instead of saying, this is sad, or hey, Jesus, hey, yeah, stuff like that. Just...
Can you please take that book? I don't need to talk too much in your own case. You already have your answer here. But this I did in a book. But you are from a different generation, a younger generation. You could create platforms and profiles whereby you make a list and an inventory of major crises and problems and challenges facing your country, and how people are responding right now, and how you think we should respond, and begin to promote that one by one. You know, one question, one problem at a time. And also, if you read this book, you will get more direction and fire in that sense. But you could go to the extent of writing those things, suggestions on how to positively and constructively respond to crises and challenges. You could begin to communicate with government agencies, with governor offices, Nigerian Parliament and National assemblies, journalists, media houses. Send your information to them, and even begin to write columns and articles. A lot of doors and a lot of possibilities are out there for you to go for it.
Thanks, sir.
So, who is there? Next point, I have to give you next point. This is similar to what we already discussed, and I guess some of you already came out of it, but this is a different question. What are things that you do differently. Not how what the lady spoke about now, but do. What are the things that you do differently or strangely? What are the things what are the aspects or areas where you act strange? Do things opposite of how all other people do their own thing. Some of you already came out, but if there's anybody who wants to particularly express this, please let's come out, let's see.
You came out first.
It is the boys' time now, that's all. 3 people. Okay, please come on.
Okay,
repeat the question, please.
What are the things that I do differently or opposite of how others do things? Okay, for myself, I've always observed that when we're to embark on any project, when everyone is thinking of the big things, I'm thinking of the every detail. Like before we had the church inauguration, they were thinking of, okay, let's get this, let's get that, but my concerns were the little ones like logistics, which I know that we are all students. Not everyone is buoyant, and when we are running around, though it seemed very simple, but I saw someone went to ask for venue. He trekked a long distance to do that. So when he came, I was like, okay, how did you do this? He said he trekked. I was like, wow. Boss is 3 grievance. And I was like, so before then, I had told them, okay, let's plan whatsoever we do, but let's plan on logistics. All of them are looking at me. This guy is strange. Everyone should have at least 10 grievance to run around. But I pay attention to every little detail, the ones that people do not really think about, and they are very, very significant, because if I don't have 3 grievance and I have to go and run an errand, it will be very difficult. I'll end up trekking, and during the winter it's very cold.
That's one of the most important, but also the rarest qualities that the world needs, that less people pay attention to. You could make a bunch of money from that, a lot of money from that, because people who see details are good managers, and people who see details are good administrators. People who see details are good CEOs, and people who see details are the top managers. So that is a unique and an amazing gift. So most people actually see the big picture, but they don't know how to break it down. So just by selling the ability that to say, I can help you expatiate or break down your vision, you already have a whole bunch of clients. Or I can help you build processes on the way to your dream. That is because people who see details are people of processes and procedures. You can learn to begin to develop processes and procedures. You could also learn to give people consultations. What are the things you are not saying? I see details. So all those kind of things, you could be charging them, because more businesses need this all the time. Government structures need this. Even people, everybody needs this service. But because one day, just to tell you how important details are, one day I did my solitude with God, alone with God. And I came back after solitude. In that solitude, God didn't show me anything much. But after I came back from solitude, I was preparing for some programs in the church. But I was just sleeping this day. And in the night, I was sleeping deep asleep, 4 o'clock in the morning. A voice just came out. When it comes to success on earth, to ruling and reigning on earth, it is 98% details and 2% wisdom. So people who succeed in life only succeed on details. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity once again. I want to start by this question. It says, what are the things you do differently or opposite of how others do things? This is what makes me different. Now, so the rate limiting step between converting principles to methods is what you include to make your method different. I want to link this question to the first question, sir. To every professor listening, to every academician listening. Sir, there is nothing in our curriculum that tells us how to study. You are studying a course, different courses. So there is nothing in the curriculum. I've spent 12 years in the university, 6 in Nigeria to get a vet medical degree, and then 6 in Ukraine to get a human medical degree. In these 2 degrees, nothing in the curriculum tells us how to study. We offer some general courses, they call them GENS courses, in the first year. So there's nothing like how to study. So I discovered this principle myself, that you can study effectively, because every student here has this question in their mind. You have a big textbook of anatomy. How can I chunk this thing into my head and pass an exam at once? How is it possible? The professor never tells us that. But they want you to pass an exam. So I discovered this principle using 2 methods. The principle of timing, the 168-hour principle, and this principle of dosing your session. Your session is divided into 2 semesters, right? This is the dose that the academic curriculum prescribed. Now, I subdose it. Because you must understand that a plane cannot fly for 24 hours without refueling. True or false? The reason why your academic zeal diminishes before the session ends is that the strength with which you started, you want to fly on the same strength. It's not possible. It's not possible. So this is what makes me different. In my class, I establish the difference. Even when a teacher will tell you sometimes that you don't need to study too much, or sometimes you may be free, or they may make it open so that you don't need to come to class, I tell them we must go. If they are trying to postpone exams unnecessarily, I say no, the exam must what? Must hold. If some people are trying to advocate for late coming, there's this principle that they will say everybody should wait because we are late, so we all enter together, we will not get absence. What are you promoting? Get the absence and learn the lesson. Next time you won't come late. No. So I am an advocate for there was a time I did a research in Crimea why students cheat in exam, because I became so obsessed with it. Why must we use smartphone is not making, it should make us smarter. It's a gift from God, sir. But smartphone is making us lazy. It's making us, let me use the word, smartly stupid. So this is what makes me different. I called on my group mates in first year. I told them, listen to me, I want to have a medical degree that I can boast of anywhere. Don't ask me question in exam. I won't ask you question in exam. I am on my own during exam periods. And sir, God honored the principle.
Beautiful. What I think is that also points out a gift in you. And the gift is the ability to see loopholes. And that is the secret of great inventors and scientists. A scientist and an inventor will look at anything like this and always be asking himself, what could be corrected in this? Or what is it that is not working very well? What could be added to it? Where is the loophole here? And the only thing that is making them to say they have discoveries and things like that is because they added something. In fact, that's why you have Mercedes series, they're just adding some little things or removing some little things and something. And that's the secret. But when you have the ability to see loopholes like that, you could become instrumental in building a society. You could become instrumental in building any structure, anything. And that is one of the greatest and smartest moves you could have. To always question what could be improved on. You will never be static, number one. Number two, you always having product. At that stage, you're becoming a producer of not just services, but products as well. And those are the ideas that will give birth to, new products, improved products, upgraded products, and even chart your own new course. Like, for example, you could write a book now on how to start to study.
I already.
Oh, that's what you gave my wife.
Yes.
Oh, what beautiful.
Regarding your Africa project,
yes.
If there's any area I want to come in, it's in the education sector.
Brilliant.
In the sense that they should include in the curriculum, in the first year, how to study in general and specific to the course you are studying. Otherwise, so this is the reason why we have people start, with zeal, enthusiasm, but they don't finish fulfilled. Why? Because at the end of the day, what you thought you could achieve, you were not able to. Why? Because the training was not there. So the orientation we got in first year was not from our school. It was the chapel professors, Chapel of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, the professors there that gave us orientation that I used to study. Even in Ukraine, and I think in the whole world, you don't see a course, maybe in your first year, how to study. If you had such, let me see your hand. It's not anywhere. And this is the rate limiting step between the quality of the education that will be delivered and the quality of the performance that the student will produce. If this how is lacking, it's either you discover it yourself early and use it, or you discover that at the end of the day, you did not deliver maximally as a student, even though the quality of education given to you was maximum.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much once again, Pastor.
Hey, your glasses. You look more scholarly in that.
I wanted to really appreciate you once again because you are delivering to us things that no other institutions in the world will give to us. All right, sir. So concerning, again, I really appreciate you for building me, for working on me very so hard. 2 years now, at least a bit more than 2 years now. The differences can't just be comparable. And I really say to God again and again that I'm going to make you proud by the grace of God. For me, the difference is that I notice I'm a creative thinker. I believe that if something is done the same way twice, then it's unnecessary. It's boring. So I easily get bored by monotonous things, something happening again and again. And that's why I'm constantly always looking for a different way to, what is it that can come in and do it differently. That's the first thing for me. And the second difference I noticed about myself is the fact that I love to put myself behind for other people to shine. It's just something that's very natural with me. I love leadership. I love basically like being a platform that others can lead from. So I don't know.
Okay. The first one is creative thinking, and the second one is stepping back to let others go forward. There is a scripture in Ecclesiastes by Solomon. And that scripture follows me personally on a daily basis. And that scripture is what I have to contend with every day. That scripture says, there is sorrow in wisdom. And the reason for sorrow of wisdom or in wisdom is that when you know so much or too much, you always see people around you doing things in ways you know things shouldn't be done. But because not everybody has given you permission to interfere in their affairs and in their lives, you are forced to keep quiet and to just observe wrong things being done. Secondly, the sorrow of wisdom is that you know how to help everybody, but you can't. First, because you are just one person. Secondly, because time doesn't permit you. Thirdly, because there are too many things to do. Fourthly, because there are too many people to help. And fifthly, because some of those people don't even recognize your authority to be able to help them. There is sorrow in wisdom also because if you are a man of wisdom, every day you wake up, you see people all around you doing things that are mundane and things that are vanity. And you know it, but they don't know it. They think that is the norm, and that is how things must be done. So why am I talking about this right now in regards to your question? Because you said you are somebody that is so creative and as a result will not enjoy seeing repetitive things and things being done the same way and over again when new ways could be discerned and discovered. When things could be done each time differently and uniquely, people just prefer to go through a road that has already been well trodden. Yeah. So the trodden path is the path that 95% of humans prefer. So talking about sorrow and wisdom, it will mean that you will not have any option but to submit yourself to the fact that you'll be a man of a lot of sorrow and a lot of pain, because you'll be seeing a lot of things that are wrong, a lot of things that could be corrected, and a lot of things that could be improved constantly, regularly, and yeah, uniquely each time. But people will be living amidst them as if it's the norm. So the sorrow of the wise man is one thing, but how do you then live not in perpetual sadness? When you are seeing all these things, how do you survive in the midst of it all? That demands for a new level and degree of humility. So wisdom must be tempered with humility. Because when you are wise, you want to go and be shouting at everybody that, don't you see that you are doing this wrong? Don't you see that? How can you? Either you are angry at everybody, you are ready to, or you are just going to stop everybody and to correct them and things like that. But when humility is there, you will see that that is where people are right now. And you are the one to work on yourself to keep quiet. And you are the one to work on yourself to be silent. And you are the one to work on yourself to, even though you could help, but to also admit that they might not need your help right now, or they might not be ready to receive that your help. So humility is just to manage your inner world. The next thing that you will need to do, if you are such a person that is always saying things that are wrong that need to be improved, is, which in your case is good, because you are introvert, which is a mercy of God. Because when people of wisdom are introverts, they cope better. But when people of wisdom are extroverts, they suffer more. So what they should do, people of wisdom that are extrovert, they must learn the art of being introvert. So much that when you see all the things that are happening around you as a man of wisdom that is extrovert, you must also learn to temper your feelings, your emotions, and your skills and knowledge and wisdom and will. You must learn to temper those things, control them, put them under subjection, go back into yourself to find another way of expression without being reactional. So what is that other way of expression that you have to find? You have to go into your closet and develop your own system of providing answers and solutions to the things that you are seeing and to the new ideas that you are receiving, but in paper, rather than to the outside world. So a man of wisdom, almost all men of wisdom have learned to write as a result of that. That's when men of wisdom put their anger, their frustration, they turn it into another way of expression. They will rather write. Because they will just be feeling, they'll just be emotional and getting, caught up and fighting with everybody otherwise. Yes. So what you will do is that each time you see things that are being repeated and being mundanely done all around you, go into yourself, write, open another file, keep on opening files, new files, start new topics, and be saying, in this case, this is what should be done. In this case, this one should be done differently. Because there will be situations that will always call for them when they will be looking for who to give an idea or an expression or an opinion to those things. Then you already have them ready. It's just like me now. By the grace of God, thanks to what I'm telling you now, I can easily say with all humility that I might not open a book again for the rest of my life. Neither could the same thing with the Bible. I might not open the Bible for the rest of my life till I die. But I will still be preaching like 5 hours, like today, and I'll be preaching for 4 hours. For the rest, I could be preaching 4 or 5 hours for the rest of my life every day. That's for the next 40 years. 30 or 40 years. And I will not even open one book or open the Bible. And I will be telling you new things every day. Without repeating the topic. Why that? Because I've converted my sorrow into productivity in another area. And I've converted all the frustrations of failures and things that I see into lessons, both for myself and then for the records. So now I have over 5,000 messages that I've never preached before that are waiting there. And over 2,000 books that are already in manuscript forms that are in my notes. It's very difficult to see any human being, dead or alive, who has been so productive. But that is true conversion of your feelings, your emotions, your complications, your challenges, and turning them into wisdom. But there will always be a time when times and seasons will call that they will arise to call for them to be shared, to be expressed, or to be given to those people who will later go and use them. And that's a good thing that you are doing, that you always write. Write, share what you are writing. Write, publish what you are writing. Write. That is the answer to the first question. Yeah, go ahead. second question is about taking the back seat. Even though you express that as being connected to leadership. Leadership is not about taking the back seat. Leadership is about leading the pack. Leadership is about making others follow you. Leadership is about influencing others. And leadership is about being up there and doing it and becoming examples. But if a leader has the skill or the grace to sit back or take the back seat or step back and learn to be second, it is a priceless gift. Then that kind of leader could then be leading with wisdom rather than with legs and feet, with feet and hands, with feet and fists. Rather than leading by running, helter-skelter, he could be leading by sitting and giving direction. That kind of leader will be leading instead of by running errands. He could be by himself running errands. He could be leading by teaching others to run errands. But he will still fail to a large extent because the most effective leaders have to lead by examples. And to lead by example, you need to do it first before you sit back. So the combination of that is what you need. To first of all, lead by example, show what needs to be done, model it before sitting back. When you find that balance, you'll be a priceless leader of men. Thank you. Are you ready for the next point?
Yes, sir.
The other way for you to discover your wealth that is already in you, that could be converted to riches or money, the other way you could use to discover your wealth, which could be converted into riches, is by studying your own reactions. How you react to things happening in your environment, around you and in your vicinity. What is your response? What are your attitudes? And what are your reactions? And what makes your reactions, responses, and attitudes different from those of most of people? That difference could be the wealth that you need to explore. So is there anybody who wants to talk about reactions, responses, attitudes? Yes, please. Come out. Please, please. 2, 3 people maximum.
reactions to a lot of things is basically, okay, let me start by saying, if I get committed to something, or if I decide to do something on my own, then I'm 100% in. Like, if I discover something today, and I realize that, oh, this is something that is worth doing, or this is something that is worth following, then it annoys me when I see people that have been there, probably doing the same thing, maybe for like a while, that are not putting the same commitment into it. So one thing that I've realized is that my reaction to stuff like that is that I always want everybody to see things the way I do. And then, I don't know, it kind of bothers me when they don't. Like, you could discover gold, and a lot of people have had it. But this is literal gold, I'm not talking about physical gold. So you could discover something that a lot of people might have had, but they would not, they might know it's good, they might know how important it is, but they just, it's just one of those things. So that really bothers me, I don't know.
Well, that shouldn't bother you. That should give you what you are talking about. Is what I will call the description of I will use the word pace setter, but I'm looking for a better word. They call them trend what? Trend setters. Trend setters. No, trend setters. Huh? Trend setters. Trend setter. There's a word like that. Trend setter. Yes. So trailblazer is a little bit different, but I'm talking about trend setters. But it could also include that. I'm going to give you a list of what you could do. Because you are studying medicine or what? What?
Computer science.
Computer science. Oh, okay, that's better. If you are doing, I don't mean that computer science is better than medicine. I just mean for our own gifting and for where she belongs. You might need to come closer. Because I'm going to be telling you some things. You will need to go and listen to the video. You are tired, eh?
No, it's okay.
You will need to go and listen to the video because I'm going to be telling you unconventional stuff. Because the thing that you just described now, they are painting, giving me understanding of what you could do. There are a lot of wealth you just mentioned right now. All those things you just talk about, they are huge, huge wealth. As a matter of fact, I'm even afraid that while you are saying them, I couldn't even remember all of them, all the things that are coming to my mind, because I was not writing. But I will try and recollect them. Otherwise, I'm going to ask you to repeat everything you have said. First of all, that thing you just described now is a description of a pace setter, a trend setter, right? A pioneer, a mobilizer, a leader. So whenever you see that this person is seeing the same thing that I'm seeing, but he's not having the reaction that I'm having. But he's supposed to be reacting like this, but he's not reacting like that. That is leadership. Anytime you see people not producing same reaction that you're supposed to, that they were supposed to produce, and you are seeing it and they are not saying it, God is telling you that way, that provide leadership. And God is also telling you that way, that develop a program that will point people to the expected or to the best reaction that was supposed to be coming from them that they are not aware of. Next point. That also tells me that God is telling you that you should be a speaker, a leader, a teacher, a speaker, a motivational speaker. Because that means you should give training, teaching to people who are not responding the way they're supposed to respond. That also means that you should be a mobilizer. Because there will be more and more people that need that mobilization, that need to be mobilized to reason accordingly. But that also means that you will be charting a new path. You will be charting a new, is it path they call it? A new path in life, a new course, a new path. So you should get used to that and embrace it. There is a lady in Nigeria, I don't know her very well, but I think they call her KG or Unkeji or yeah, Linda KG. That kind of person is what you are supposed to do. That's the potential you have. I think that best expresses the gifts that you have. She's a multimillionaire. She's a multimillionaire. And the reason for it is because she recognized what you are now talking about as an advantage, as a wealth, rather than a problem. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I found
Maybe she's not a believer, so I'm not sure she's using her own the kingdom way, right? But you can use your own for the glory of God and for the kingdom.
I found out that if there's going to be a situation where there's crisis or a stressful situation.
I like your dress.
Thank you, sir.
I just don't understand what the black one is doing on top. I don't think it comes from maybe from the store like that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Because
it's actually
it
about
looks different from me. It looks different from the main dress.
It's actually about me. Funny enough.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
This dress here?
Yes, sir.
The yellow one?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. Have you watched it before?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes. If that thing is about me,
yes, sir.
Yes, it is. My mouth is watering. And what that means is that can we do import-export to Europe? Huh?
Yes.
I think there are enough markets in Ukraine. He that has here, let them hear. Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I find that when there is going to be a stressful, if there's going to be a panic in this room now, I will not, while everybody else is shouting and moving to the side, I'm looking for a solution. Or if there's going to be an impromptu assignment and you move people to groups or something, immediately I'm giving everybody what to do. I'm telling you, you do this, you do that. I can organize. I find that in stressful situations, I'm really comfortable. Like, it's like my zone. Wow. I don't know. And it's weird sometimes.
Yes. That's a whole industry that is called crisis management. Crisis management is one of the most sought out professions because everybody doesn't know, 90% of the whole world doesn't know what to do in crisis. 90% of the whole world doesn't know how to manage crisis. 90% of the whole world panic in crisis. So you are having an exceptional gift that could be giving you money right now. Both for companies, for individuals, for students, for children, for parents. But that's just one direction. Another thing that I see in you from what you just said is that you could also be an event manager or event planner. Another thing that you could be is that you could also be a CEO. Are you doing medicine?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think you would rather be a CEO, a top manager, and a group leader. So if I were you, I would be organizing events from morning to night, every day. On the internet, on YouTube, or I'll be looking for events to organize. And I'll be propelling it. And I'll be selling myself as event organizers and planners, an event planner to people. Let them be coming to me. I'll be handing them and giving them instructions and getting paid for it. You have more money than you ever need. Thank you.
And so one more thing.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
I don't know if this is a lesson or not, but Victor is testament to this. I think it's my testimony. He used to be in my group in first year in Crimea.
He used to do what?
He used to be my group leader, my group chief in first year in Crimea. And I don't know, I have this thing where when people don't, in school, a teacher might be teaching something, and I know how to pick it up fast before everybody else does. And I find interest in the most boring courses. I don't know. And I also have this thing where I can pick this book and within a couple of minutes I'm done.
What do you mean
It's weird.
What do you mean done? You mean you read it? Ah. Okay. I don't say anything weird about that.
It's weird because it's like...
She does not, like, she leaves all the old material and probably you are roommates and your questions is not reading. I'm not reading.
I don't get it.
Like, she can accumulate all the work and finish like a whole semester work in just one day. What an average person may need probably 2 weeks to do.
Is that what you said first? I talked about
Yeah, I'm like probably you are a roommate and you are like Precious is not reading, we'll read together. You are like.
You still didn't get it. Yeah.
All right, I'm
trying to say that she somehow deceives the roommates. Like the roommate will be waiting that they will read together, but she finishes her own in a day. And roommate, yeah, but it's not intentional. The roommate will not catch up later and say her exam, right?
Have you ever heard of the savants? Servants, the servants. The servants. No. It's a group of people. They call them the servants. Servants. Okay. It's S-A-V-A-N-T. Okay, everybody, you have to come closer, all of you. Especially you, otherwise you miss out. So sit down, all of you. No, don't stop.
Thank you.
I don't know why.
Sorry, brother, sister.
It has to be silent. Everybody that is making noise there, let them all come. Who is making noise there? Anybody making noise? You need to be here. Maybe some of you need to bow down a little bit so that it will be easier for. If you can stand on your knees, if you are strong enough to stand on your knees, it will be better. Especially those ones in front. So that you don't block the view of others. Just always consider others above yourself. You know, always consider others above yourself.
Can you guys see?
Yes. Somebody could come and sit. Yeah. Come and sit here.
We'll see.
She could come. She could put her back here.
Okay,
Yeah. Yes, that way. Go back.
Go back a little bit.
Okay. 1, 2. If one I say 3, then we must all be totally quiet and silent. Nobody will be walking. Take those chairs back. And you could stand there. Yes, you people could come that side. It will be easier. You at the back. Come and sit that this way. Yeah. Not sit and stand this way. Yes, yeah, that way. Come this way. Yeah. It will be easier for you. Okay.
Jedediah Buxton. Jedediah was a mythical monster, born in Derbyshire, England. He was never properly educated, but boy could he count. It has been reported that he once measured the entire lordship of Eltham simply by walking across the ground. And not only did he give the measurement in acres, he also gave it in square inches. 24. Orlando Cerro, a very rare example of an acquired savant. Orlando began to exhibit his skills after being hit by a baseball at the age of 10. He soon came to realize that he could perform very complicated calendar calculations and has been able to remember the weather every single day since the accident. 23. Rudiger Gam, although not technically a savant because he understands the math mechanics behind his calculations, this German-born math prodigy is about as close as you can get to savanthood without actually stepping through the door. Despite the fact that his mental abilities didn't develop until after he turned 21, Rudiger can do insanely complex math problems in his head. 22. Jerry and Mary Newport, the couple whose lives were the basis for the 2005 film Mozart and the Whale, are both highly functional savants living with Asperger's syndrome. Jerry has been labeled the world's most versatile calculator, and Mary has a talent for art and piano. 21. Tristan Mendoza. Nicknamed Tum Tum, Tristan was born in Quezon City in the Philippines, and as soon as he was old enough to drop a beat, he has been wowing the world with his incredible percussive talent. 20. Tommy McHugh. Although Tommy is not really considered a savant in the classic sense, he comes awfully close. An Irish ex-con with a taste for violence. He had a brain aneurysm one night, and after the doctors managed to save his life, he came back to the world with an insane desire to paint. 19. Temple Grandin, a doctor of animal science and a professor at Colorado State University. Temple is a highly functional autistic savant who was featured in Time's 100 Most Influential People in 2010. She has used her savant skills and superhuman eye for detail to help design more human animal handling equipment, and she has also worked extensively with the livestock industry. 18. Derek Paravicini. Derek is a blind autistic savant who has been labeled as one of the most talented musicians ever. Derek has what's known as an absolute pitch and can play any piece of music after only hearing it once. 17. James Charles Castle. Unusual would probably be the best way to describe James' work. Born in Idaho, he was a self-taught autistic savant who would only use random items he found lying around to make his art. For pencils, he would use sharpened sticks, and for ink, he used a mixture of soot and saliva. 16. Gottfried Mind. This Swiss savant could draw. More specifically, he could draw cats, and draw them he did. He even came to be fondly known as the Raphael of cats due to his peculiar ability. 15. Matt Savage. Although this musical wonder kid never received any formal training, he has been astonishing audiences ever since he laid hands on a piano at the age of 6. He has received many awards and is the only child to ever sign a contract with Bosendorfer pianos. 14. James Henry Pullen. Also known as the genius of Ellswood Asylum, James never managed to speak or write more than one syllable in his entire life. In spite of his linguistic setbacks and institutionalization, his talent for woodwork was evident to all who knew him. Although he was usually quite reserved, he was also stubborn, and once reportedly constructed a guillotine-like contraption over the door of a staff member's room. Luckily for his victim, it misfired. 13. Henrietta Seth F. It has been estimated that only 16% of savants are females, so Henrietta is certainly a minority within a minority. A native Hungarian, she is an accomplished artist, poet, and writer. Her life has been featured in the documentary Freedom of Speech, and she has also authored several books. 12. Leslie Lemke. Leslie is an autistic savant who unfortunately had to have his eyes removed shortly after birth. Although Leslie needed almost 15 years just to learn how to walk, he learned Tchaikovsky's Piano Concert No. 1 in about 15 seconds after hearing it on television one night. Before long, he was playing everywhere from Japan to Scandinavia and has since made appearances on CBS, 60 Minutes, and ABC. 11. Gilles Trehen. At 5, he learned to draw, and by 12, he founded a city. Well, not a real city, but pretty darn close. As a child, this French savant started to lay the foundations for a city he called Urville with Lego blocks. He quickly realized, however, that Legos are a scarce source, and he could expand his territory much more efficiently on paper. Since then, he has drawn over 250 painstakingly detailed pictures, created an entire history, and even written a book concerning Urville's geography, culture, and economy. 10. Tony DeBlois. A musical savant, Tony has mastered 20 musical instruments and has over 8,000 pieces memorized. 9. Alonso Clemens. Having suffered a brain injury as a child, Alonso has an IQ of somewhere between 45 and 50. This certainly doesn't stop him from sculpting, though. He can quickly replicate a 3D model of almost any creature after only catching a glimpse of it. 8. Stephen Wilshire. Born to West Indian parents in London, Stephen is renowned for his ability to draw complicated landscapes after only seeing it for an instant and has been called the human camera. In 2005, he drew a picture-perfect overhead panoramic of Tokyo on a 10-feet canvas after taking a short flight over the city. In fact, he draws in such detail that when he did the same for Rome, he included the exact number of columns in the Pantheon. 7. Richard Wowrow. While most people eventually put down their crayons, Richard never did. This Scottish savant will create excessively detailed and dramatic images with his pack of Crayola, and like most artistic savants, he would always draw from memory. 6. Jason Paget. Allegedly one of the only people in the world that can draw mathematically accurate fractals by hand, Jason is a newcomer to the savant scene. Like several other people on this list, he was diagnosed with acquired savant syndrome, which happened after he was hit on the back of the head during a mugging several years ago. Since then, he has had a form of synesthesia, where he sees numbers as fractals in regular everyday situations. He has even perfectly come up with an accurate visual explanation of E equals MC squared. 5. George Widener. Growing up in rural Appalachia, George spent most of his early life in and out of homeless shelters due to a lack of public awareness towards autism. Eventually, though, he was diagnosed, and now he has found a release for his numerically oriented mind through art. 4. Ellen Boudreau. It has been said that Ellen knows so many songs by heart that when a newspaper reporter tried to stump her with some obscure jingle, she couldn't. Ellen knew them all, but that's not all. Not only is she an amazing musical talent, she can also walk around by way of echolocation, which is helpful since she's blind. But wait, there's more. When she was 8, her mom made her listen to the Time Lady recording in order to overcome her fear of telephones. Since that day, she has been able to tell the time down to the second without ever having seen a clock in her life. 3. Daniel Tammet. Daniel is unique in the fact that although he has an amazing savant mind, he is also socially functional. Besides Icelandic, he speaks 10 languages, including one that he made up himself. His real talent, however, is numbers. He holds the European record for reciting pi up to 22,514 digits. Because he is a functional savant, he can also introspect on his abilities, having explained that he sees numbers and calculations in his head as landscapes full of shapes and colors. 2. Kim Peek. Known as Mega Savant, Kim was the true story behind the 1988 film Rain Man. His brain was capable of remembering almost anything it ever processed. As a child, he would read books, memorize them, and then turn them upside down on his bookshelf to show he was done. It has been estimated that he could recall the complete contents of about 12,000 books from memory. And one of the biggest debates going on in the field of savant research today is whether or not it is possible to get the brain of normal people like you and I to function like those of Kim Peek and Daniel Thomas. Although it is unlikely that people will be filing prescriptions for brain expansion medications anytime soon, research into the minds of these savants certainly has provided some insights into how our brains work. And who knows, maybe one day we'll be able to recite 20,000 digits of pi. Liking our list, be sure to subscribe
It's a new word, eh?
Please take it first.
That's savant. Those are the savants. It's amazing, huh? It's a different world. A different world altogether. So where is the girl I was talking to? Patience, eh? Oh. Precious. So, the reason why I decided to talk to you about savant is because you might have that potential. Can you imagine that number 2 one has read 12,000 books in his life and he can remember every single one. So they have tested him, any of the 1,000, 10,000, 12,000 books, open to any page, he will tell you what page, what word, and recite every one of it with commas, full stop from beginning to the end. Wow. But these things always happen to, mostly with people that we normal people count as abnormals, or they call them autistic children. So autistic people before it was diagnosed, they used to put them in mental hospital, that's all, or homeless or something. Because they used to, like me, I couldn't read till I was 10 years old because they were always beating me and doing this. Because I don't learn, I don't think normally like normal human being, and I don't learn normally like normal human being. So I couldn't read. The reason I couldn't read is because they say Papa, Papa, Apple, all those things. And they say, but I said because they had taught me before they taught me to pronounce words, they taught me alphabets. And that was the problem. Because alphabet said A, B, Z, C, all that. And that's what, for me, that's the way it's supposed to be. So if I'm supposed to read, you said that one is A, and now you are saying it's Papa. So for me, it doesn't fit. How can it be R when it was A? So how could it be Papa? It should be Pe. So I would not understand it. I would say, but it's not true. So they say it's not true. It cannot be Papa. And many other things like that. I say, but it's not what you taught me now. Then I also had problem with the alphabet because alphabet was A, B, C. So if you want to teach me with the alphabet that are closer. I want to see A and I want to see B in whatever you are teaching me. But you come on A, P, but P is supposed to be from the back. I don't know if you understand it. So my own, normal people don't think like that. They don't question things like that. They just obey and say, yes, it is Papa. Yes, it is house. But how can it be house when you say it was H? You said the thing was H. But this is owl. Why don't you put the R that was there before? I don't know. You understand? So I couldn't read. Can you imagine that my brain was functioning like this from 3 years old? So everybody was beating me, and saying you are the only dog person we know in the Adelaja family. You will never. And I believed it. I thought I was just dumb. it was just not until I was 45 years old that I just discovered that it's true. Why is it that everything that I'm seeing in the Bible, nobody sees it? If you have listened to Pastor Sunday before, you will see that there is no human being that preaches like Pastor Sunday in the whole world. You will discover it. If you have not discovered it, go and listen to the whole world first, and then come and listen to Pastor Sunday. You will see that nobody preaches like Pastor Sunday. Nobody teaches. Nobody says what I say. And nobody sees what I say. But I used to, but they didn't tell me that time that, because I learned through critical thinking. My mind works through critical thinking. But they never told me there could be a way to study like that. You must be like everybody else. The reason I couldn't study mathematics was that was the same problem. Because with mathematics, they would tell me, this is the formula. They give me one formula, an example. And they give me assignment. Then they say, go and do it. So what I would do, I would leave the formula aside. I would go and be finding my own formula. Because I was thinking, if I use the thing they told me, but that's not assignment, that's too simple. No, how can you give me an example and then say you go and do it? That's not an assignment. Yeah, I was thinking that if it's going to be an assignment, it's going to be complex. So why are you teaching me if I don't need to use my brain? For me, I was being told not to use my brain. That's why I couldn't do mathematics. I couldn't understand it. I couldn't even believe it that it's true that I have to just follow the rules. No, the formula. I was saying, it cannot be like that now. How can it be like that? That is not exam. That is not school then. I thought school is supposed to make me to go and find it myself. Because if it's not, so all my secondary school, primary school years, I couldn't even I never used one formula to solve any problem. So I was always failing. So they were saying it was mathematics, I was not good in it. I didn't know. But when it comes to places where they allow me to think, like literature, like to create, like English, or like some. So I never even studied those ones. I would just sit in class and I would just think with my own head and come up with the answer. So that's what I wanted to do with mathematics too, but they would not allow me. They said I must follow the thing. It has to be only principles and formulas. Yes, it has to be by this thing only. Why should you only be by the other one? What about if I want to do it different? So I reasoned, my mind worked through critical thinking. It was only in my last year that it got to me, because I was now calling the top student and the 3 top students. I said, tell me this mathematics. Why are you people making it and I'm not? So tell me, how are you making it? So when they told me that, no, you see this formula, just go and do it and repeat it. I said, then why are they saying that you people are brilliant? Then you don't need to be brilliant here, you just need to be stupid. You just need to be stupid, because they already gave you the formula, you just repeat it. You don't even need brain. You don't even need brain to do this one. Just copy. I don't know I don't know if you are getting what I'm saying. It's too easy. So that was why I almost failed mathematics. Thank God I got it just 1 month to the exam, so I was able to pass. Because I didn't remember all the formulas, but at least the one I remember was enough for me to pass it. Can you imagine? And I still been one of the best students in the school. I didn't even get the idea that that's what mathematics really meant. But physics and chemistry, I didn't even see them the subjects in the school that I was in my village. No physics, no chemistry. So I don't even know the idea how to even start. So, precious. Yes. What I'm thinking is that you must embrace your uniqueness. Just like those people who have helped to embrace their uniqueness. And they became genius of their generations. And they are still alive, all of them. But the same thing, in my own case, I never even believed there is something unusual about me. But now, it's just towards the end of my life now, it's just now, 40, that I'm discovering, why is that everybody saying it's difficult? Things are difficult. For example, to build $1,000 member church or 10,000 member church. Why are people saying it's difficult? Why are people looking at it as an achievement? But for me, it's not even like an achievement at all. Because it's so easy to do. But people are always struggling. And, things that other people think is complex, for me, it's easy. That is the kind of person that's why I'm saying all that. I hope you got what I'm trying to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. How many hours have we been going on now? 5 hours? Okay, don't worry about it.
3:45.
3:45, okay, 4 hours. Okay, next point. First of all, what do people think about the servants that we servants? What would you say? Anybody want to say a comment or two about that? Please stand up and say it. Caroline. Come.
I was thinking to myself how amazing it is because I know that we only use, I think, about 10% of our brains. And the fact that one blow to the head can actually jog a part of your brain that is in a different realm. Sometimes you hear about, I don't know what the term is, but you hear about people who understand music through colors, or they understand mathematics through shapes or things like that. And it just is remarkable to me because we think that we're so limited. Someone tells you that you can't read, for instance, and you think you're stupid. But you're only using 10%. I mean, you don't even know the boundless resource you have in your own mind. You haven't even tapped it. You haven't even begun. I mean, you could spend the whole rest of your life trying to access something the wealth that God has already given you. It just opened my mind to the fact that there's no limitation for us. If you're even sitting here now and you've gone through these few days thinking, oh, well, that's not me, or I'm limited. I mean, look at these people. They were just walking around one day, and one hit of the head opened up a little small space in their brain where they could do these amazing things.
We have not even used any brain at all.
We haven't even started.
Can you imagine that somebody was flown over Tokyo, just one flight, and he recorded, he drew all houses in Tokyo with the streets and the house numbers. And then he did it in Rome. Then with all the amount of pillars in the something. That the one I was there, that sabbatical. I was there, I couldn't even count. It took me like 1 hour to count it. And then he drew London, the whole city of London by himself. With the numbers and what color every house is. See, you carry your brain. So we are the same human being, because it's distractions, and the reason why it's mostly the autistic people is because most autistic people don't do normal things. They cannot react, so they are not distracted. Only one aspect of their life is ignited, so they are not distracted. In fact, the one that could read any book, you could ask him any event that happened in the history of the universe. Any event. Or you could ask the other one, the black one, you could ask him, you could say 1883 January. What was the weather? They will tell you. What was the day? They will tell you. What was the weather in the morning? What was it sun? When was sun that day? When did the sun come out? You could say, okay, if you give your birthday, he will tell you what day was it. Was it Sunday or Saturday or Tuesday? Unbelievable. That is the thing you know. So, and we are carrying the head as decoration. Some of you, the best you have done to your head is to put crochet inside. So apart from crochet, your head has not served any purpose. It's because compared to this man, it's like we have not even used this head at all. And the reason is because we are thinking about a lot of mundane things. It is distractions that make us like that. That's why Isaac Newton said concentration is the key to genius. So, but these people were forced into concentration due to their disabilities. So they were concentrated in one thing or another. In fact, so one of them that could, calculate mathematics, to limitless, they beat computers in calculations.
Wow.
But he cannot use toothpaste by himself. Because he's not thinking about that, or he's just thinking numbers. So the focus is so bad. In fact, the one that read 12,000 books and can recite all of them, he cannot even dress himself. Because the focus is so much on other things. You understand what I'm saying? But we are so distracted at different things. So the vanity, we spend a lot of our energies on things that are inconsequential, but just concentrate on one area. And that's why they become genius. Anybody wants to comment on what you saw about the servants? I know that person, nobody.
Well, can I say one more thing? Just that, also imagine how God is looking at us, walking around saying that we can't do something.
And God knows
and not just God, but all of heaven is looking at the potential. I mean, that we're not, we're probably not even using 1% of our brain.
The geniuses are the ones who use 5%. The people like Einstein.
Exactly. So, imagine.
Other people have underperformed less than 2%. Average people is less than 2%. It's about 2%.
So imagine, how insulting is it for God to hear us say that we can't do something, or that we're not capable, or that we don't have enough? How insulting is that? He's looking at your brain like, I gave you all this, and you don't even need the whole thing. I gave you the ability to just use this much and do amazing things, and you're telling me you don't have enough. Yes. Even me, like I'm saying, I'm not like Pastor Son. I can't be like, that's really big. Let me do half. Let me do quarter. Let me do eighth. But
so
God,
we just undermine God in us and God's possibility.
So that's just what I want to leave everyone.
All right. So the next point: how to discover the wealth in you. What do you do? What is this thing that you do that makes everybody to turn heads? What is it that you do that makes people to turn their heads? What is it that you do that makes everybody to pay attention? What is it that you do that just makes everybody to want to stop, pay attention, and talk to you and be amazed and be bewildered? Is there anyone that has examples like that? What is it that people immediately notice? Something that just makes everybody to be astonished and to be, that is your wealth. Anybody wants to talk about that? Yes, please.
I think for me, it's my oratory ability.
Oratory?
Yeah, and a lot of people quite say I don't talk at the level that people can understand easily. And for me, it's just me. It's just I just express myself. I don't even know so much of the vocabulary, but I just speak, and they're like, "Okay, you are speaking too much English now." So that for me, I think is.
It means you must then develop that skill, which is good. It means you must develop that skill and use it to enrich yourself. Not just to write books, but you might want to develop poetry. You might want to develop speaking. You might want to develop MC capacities. You might want to develop leadership. You might want to develop, trainings, seminars, and talks. So beautiful. Yes.
I think for me, I think it's the ability to turn my emotions into words. Like, for example, if I'm like really, really angry about something and I can't do anything about it, I'll just take pen and paper and write that emotion and turn it into a poem or turn it into, a spoken word.
Well, that is what has made, there is a lady in Nigeria now they call Amamandia or something. Shinamanda. Those are the things that make people like that. They go through a lot of emotions, but the ability to turn that emotion into words is what made genius writers or speech writers. It's a whole degree, it's a whole profession that they call speech writing. So you might be able, some people, everybody wants to say something nice, but they need people to write it for them. Even right now, as being a student, some people might have boyfriends or girlfriends and they don't know how to write to really convince them. They might, yeah, you have to be charging them. You have to be charging them to pay you for it. And you might just advertise yourself and let people know that, yes, I have these gifts. Anything you want to express, share with me, and I will put you into words for you. Beautiful stuff. It's called speech writing. Okay, the final point that I want to give you today, how to discover your wealth. How do you discover your wealth? Do you have any style that is unique and specific to you? Style of doing things, style of carriage, dressing, talking, singing, style. What are the styles that you present in yourself that don't resemble any other person? Can anybody talk about that? Anybody want to comment on that?
Can I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I have this thing. Practically everything that's been said here has something to do with me to some degree. But coming to dressing, I have noticed that I have this gift.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I can make any rag into beautiful clothes. Anything. And as I follow Pastor Sunday, he dresses colorfully. And I've noticed that when you dress colorfully, like Pastor Bose told us, it's a ministry. You use it to make people to connect with you. You use it to create connection. Even when you don't know anybody, you're walking on the street, the person looks at you, say, you know, it's not that you're flirting, but you're using it to connect with people. And that is also one of my passion. Like I was telling you yesterday, I must have all of you on Facebook, because it's a kind of thing. I believe that we should all connect, because they say that the world is a global village. Yeah, we never know where we meet tomorrow, even if we don't meet anymore, but there's nothing like connecting with people. And because it's practically my surname, Ojimado, I have to G everybody. Yeah, I have to get connected with everybody. So dressing is part of my thing. I can wear anything anywhere and it will be fashionable. You understand? And what else? I want to talk about the pastor comes out. Want you to talk to me? So, hello everybody on Facebook. So did you connect with what I'm saying? Now look at me, I see practical example, and that is why I do Nikki clothing and accessories. I know that I have this thing in me, but I don't even know where to take it to. Like sometimes when people order some clothes for me to sew, I had this phobia about putting zipper on the thing. Even one time, just before now, I was saying I'm gonna drop this thing. It's a lot of stress, but I know that I do it in a special way, and I must develop it. If I don't develop it, it's laziness. That I've been developing it for years. So, yeah.
Beautiful. And that's why I say that is, for me, I always think that you are, much more glorious looking when you always dress up, not when you are in casual. So when all this week you've chosen to be dressed up, and you have just lighten our day every day, our retreat. Thank you, ma.
Okay, why Purposeful came out is because there are a lot of students here, although some are graduating.
But where is your book, by the way?
In the room, sir.
Can you bring, some of them I want to buy now. All of us want to buy the book. You know, don't just, you have to advertise your work. Don't be humble. If I'm not the one that is there, anybody that is in charge, tell them, please, can we talk about this book? Advertise the thing. Make you sell out.
Okay, why purposely came out is this. Do you know why? The reason why we have a lot of gifted and students with potential, brilliant students, but your presentation matters a lot. Now, for example, let me start with the Ukrainian medical system or Ukrainian education system, where you answer orally. Most of your exams are 90% oral answers and